evening, everyone, and welcome to Monday, July 7th, 2025, Town of Rhinebeck, Planning Committee. Good evening, everyone. I see all my colleagues are here, so we have a quorum. I don't know any changes to the meeting agenda. Is there anything we neglected to get on there that should be on there? Because there's plenty on there. All right, so then we'll confirm that the agenda. Okay. Jim reminds me that we have a request from Grassmere, which we'll take up at the very end of the meeting.
Valenti, the discussion on the sign.
And Valenti. Okay, so we're adding Valenti sign and a request from Grassmere. All right. You have Jim's meeting notes. Any questions, comments? And have a motion to accept it. Have a motion, second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. You have a draft form, the June 16 minutes. Any corrections, additions?
I move to accept.
Thank you. Second, please. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Any correspondence or announcements?
I have a request, if we have time at the end of the meeting, if we spend a few minutes talking about workforce housing. I just have some questions.
Okay. All right. So let's begin this evening. We have 3 new applications. The first this evening is that of Wendy Maitland, 636 River Road, site plan review for the installation of HVAC units. Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you like to come to the microphone and tell us what you'd like to do?
Hi everyone. Thank you for getting me on the agenda quickly, even though it took me a long time. So this is the topo map. I just want to clarify one thing, which is that, can I lower this? Is it this? Sorry, be a little easier.
Take the microphone.
Gotcha. Okay, you know what? I'll just deal with this. I just want to make one clarification, which is that the HVAC condenser units are already installed, and I think all of you got the information and the contract with the HVAC company requiring that they file the applications to have them permitted, which they failed to do and did not disclose that. So that's kind of why we're in this situation, why I'm in this situation, and we're being asked to review whether they can stay where they are on the north side of the house. So this is the topo map. You can see in red, I know it's rather small, but there's 2 red dashes. Those are, thank you, that's great. Those are where the current HVAC condensers are placed. I included in the proposal a natural stained wood fence behind proposed native plant landscaping, only because initially they may not be tall enough to, the landscaping, the plants may not be tall enough to completely cover the units, so that they're absolutely obscured from River Road, which is an historic road from what I understand. That's the size that they would be, the plants initially. You can see that is not from the road, that is from the north side of the house. So I think there's another rendering. Yeah, that's what it would look like from the road. So you can see that you can still see if you're at the direct adjacent angle on River Road, which is the perspective of this rendering, you could see the tippy top of one of the units. So I'm happy to kind of do a natural dark stained wood fence behind the landscaping if that's what you prefer. I mean, I prefer not to, but I understand if that's something that would be helpful. Right, that was the proposed fencing. And there are some some images of the fencing we might use. This is just an example. It could be natural, it could be stained dark, which would, I think, be better to obscure and, make it like basically blend in with the landscaping. And I think I did include a dark stain, like something almost that hopefully would not be visible, really, behind the plantings. We don't, I would leave it to the planning board to opine on what would be best. The other option would be to move the units to the back of the house, and unfortunately, it didn't occur to me until today to take a photo of the slope in the back of the house, which is what I was gonna share with you to see if we could share it on the screen. It's on my phone. The slope on the back of the house, which would be the only other place where it would be able to be moved, is very difficult because it's quite steep and there's only one little section of below grade window, and coming from that same location is the plumbing that goes out to the pool and also the septic line. So it would be precarious in terms of bringing those lines in the back of the house. And there's only, like, they would barely fit. And again, I have the images, and I'm sorry that I didn't provide them, but I'm happy to follow up and send that around to everyone, or provide it if you want me to email it or text it right now, and you could put it up.
Ultimately, we'll assign 2 people to make a site visit.
Right.
So,
Okay, so they'll see it
those
in
folks
person.
can assess that situation with you.
But if you want me to send it to you before that so that the rest of the members can actually see it, I'd be happy to do that before. So that's essentially the proposal. It's, the units, I don't like where they are. They did not ask me where to put them either. But the truth is that you see them in a flash if you're coming from 199, from the northwest side of the house, where most people are focused on either where they're going to turn or, getting back to Rhinebeck if they're driving south. And so this is something that I plan to do anyway if they stay, or I would like to do anyway if they stay. I don't know what else I have in terms of a presentation, but I'd love to hear any questions that or concerns that anyone on the board has.
I think Wendy actually covered most of the comments I had. They're already installed. You see the location. I think it's unfortunate that it was in front of the chimney. It just makes it kind of stand out.
Very unfortunate, yeah.
On the side of them, obviously it's bigger than the windows. But primarily from a planning perspective, I think that's really an issue of scenic views along the river road and historic preservation consistency with the neighborhood property character.
And you said a question was raised regarding the decision to place 2 instead of a single unit?
Yeah, I think we talked about that during the pre-con, why a single unit would have been installed.
There are 2 different systems, because there's one level that covers the lower level, which is where the kitchen is. And unfortunately, there aren't a lot of options, just because of the way the house is situated. And I really regret that I didn't bring the photo of the back of the house so that you can see how little area there is there, which is also very, very rocky, because I thought about could we dig in, but we'd have to drill into the rock, dig into the slope.
Do I recall, Wendy, that several years ago you were contemplating additions off of that house?
Yeah, I'm contemplating it, but that would require a lot, and that's like far off into the future
Okay,
at this point, maybe at least a year.
that seems recent.
Very well, for you guys who deliberate on some things for years. I mean, you maybe further, but that's not my consideration with this. For that addition, we will have to drill into the side of the back, but to drill in, because of where the septic comes out and where these would need to be. So where the addition is now, there's a porch, so it would be really unsightly to have them on the porch. So they would have to be toward the north side of the east side of the house, and there's just very little space there. And where the space is, I'm sorry to interrupt, where the space is, we also have to watch where the septic is coming out and where plumbing line and electric is going out to the pool.
Open it up to planning board members, questions, comments? Anyone have any?
I just have one question. The height off the ground seems still quite high though. If that, I mean, it's so hard to see the measurements, but if the condenser on the chimney was brought closer to grade, could it fit under the other window?
No, it couldn't fit under the other window, but it is on like legs. I don't know how much those can be lowered. I mean, I'm with you, they're unsightly.
Well, just because if it could come down quite a bit, I mean, that's the one that you see so much.
Right.
So I'm just curious what that, you know, how much you could gain there.
And why did it have to be so tall? Yeah.
It seems like your contractor made a lot of decisions without consulting you as far as the placement and installation.
It was actually the HVAC company. They happened to be there when the contractors in and out and back and forth on
They
jobs.
didn't have a floor plan.
They had a floor plan for the interior because they had to, work on the interior.
But nobody marked on there, put the units.
Where to
next
put the
here.
units.
Yeah. Because I
No.
think apropos of what Delise is saying, I think you are required, because it's a heat pump, they have to be
On
high
legs.
enough so they don't get drifted over with snow in the wintertime. And that's why we're seeing a lot of these extensions. But there's also the possibility of mounting them to the house. And I don't know, I would have to see it, but there might be other
Yeah.
opportunities. It's also, I think, kind of curious the way the line set kind of climbs up that side. I prefer to not interrupt the siding if possible, and it seems like they kind of went toward where the corner board is, but then it makes a turn and goes up the eaves. It's a little kludgy. Yeah.
It's awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree 100%.
Would you
But
have-
also, there's very little area on the house
Yeah.
until the windows. The windows are pretty low, so unless I want it right in staring out at it through the window, which I prefer
Yeah.
not to
Well,
do.
there's also the fact that it does drop away on that, I guess it would be the east side. The grade drops away, so since it has to be up off of the ground and not,
A little bit, but I think still the larger one would still be visible from the window, but, obviously you'll take a look at that. And again, the lines, the plumbing and septic lines are right there.
yeah. And, we're seeing a lot of these conversions, and a lot of them are on important historic houses, so it'd be useful, I think, for us to work through these issues and come up with
Yeah.
some sort of a standard or a program that
For
we can
sure.
help with.
For sure, and I would much rather have been having this discussion before they were installed.
Did you share your displeasure when you saw what they had done?
Yes, but I couldn't get a response from the HVAC company about that or the rebate that I was also due or anything else for literally years until I said, listen, and now we have to deal with this because, it just became so ridiculous. They would not respond about anything. I said, I will have no choice but to take legal action because I'm in this position. So unfortunately, I wouldn't recommend this company. I'll just say that.
Anyone else? Planning board? Jim, I think you have a draft procedural resolution.
Draft procedure resolution for the board's consideration, the application by Wendy Maitland for site plan approval in Town Code Chapter 125 for installation of heat pump units on the outside of the historic property along Scenic Road at 636 River Road from the RA10 zoning district. Accepting the application supporting documents is adequate for further review by the planning board. Classifying actions type 2 under secret for which coordinated environmental quality review is not required. Scheduling the public hearing for August 4th at 6:05 p.m. We'll send this to the CAB, the WAC, HAPAC, and Dutchess County Planning for review, and we need 2 planning board members to do a site visit.
Tom, who would like to go with Tom?
I'll go with Tom.
Okay, Wendy, have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Either Tom or Craig will be in touch with you to schedule a site visit.
Thank you.
The second new application this evening is that of Andrea Novick, 349 Ackert Brook Road, minor subdivision, 3-lot subdivision. Right. That has been pulled from the order of business this evening due to some issues that have to be resolved with the zoning administrator. So scratch that for this evening. Next up is 9 Hook Road, LLC, at 9 Hook Road. Site plan, special use permit, and wetlands permit 2, lean-to roof additions and fencing. Could you change that?
You can start off.
He said you could get started.
Oh, okay.
While he's pulling it up.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, Seth Stickle with Mark Kaminsky, PELS PC, here this evening to represent 9 Hook Road LLC, Jeff Decker, and an application for a site plan, a special use, and a wetland permit. This site is formerly Decker Excavation, so it is a contractor's yard located in the Business Park District. About 3 years ago, New York Transco began leasing the property and utilizing the property as is. They need to make a few site plan adjustments before Jeff Decker will be able to sell the property formally to New York Transco. So the owner applicant for this application is Jeff Decker, because he's not able to transfer ownership to the applicant until that time. But I just want to make everyone aware that this site is occupied by New York Transco, and it will be used in the future by New York Transco. So this parcel, 9 Hook Road, is about 5 acres located on the east side of Hook Road in the Business Park zoning district, as I mentioned. The proposed site improvements are lean-to additions to the main shop building and security fencing, as well as updated in-kind replacement of the site. Next slide, please, Jim. So just an overall view of the site. The parcel that is 5 acres is this piece here. Approximately a little less than 1 acre, it's like 0.85 acres of the site is actually hard surface area, which is an existing contractor's yard, like I mentioned. So there's gravel surface across this entire area with an existing access and entrance. The site has an existing septic system, which is here. The main shop building is located in the central portion of the site. There are 2 exterior buildings that are used as a garage or a machine shop shed. They have some existing improvements. Those improvements are mainly a concrete pad on one side, and then also there was some covered canopy that were added over time. All of that is listed on the building permit documents, so you can find that. These are all existing site buildings. So next slide, please, Jim. So just wanted to provide a little bit of information about New York Transco. New York Transco is a utility company that works with all of our existing utility lines and infrastructure. And what they do is they actually go in and look at ways to improve existing infrastructure on existing poles and lines with new materials and new line sets. So if you could maybe just zoom out for the whole slide here, Jim. So this just provides a little bit, and one of the things I just wanted to go over is they have, from Ramapo to Rock Tavern, which is one of their more recent projects. So that's locally in this area, an extension of a large line set. Next slide, please, Jim. So what they do, so they work with these existing high tension wires essentially, and they improve the way that those high tension wires carry power and distribute power so that they make a more robust network. So for this portion, they actually installed about 12 miles of 345K line on existing wires. And so what they do at this site is they store a little bit of wiring and a little bit of some of the materials that would go on top of here, the various components for the electrical system. And they go out and they actually source and get another contractor to go ahead and do this work, and then they bring it in under budget, on time, and work with the utilities. And essentially it increases transmission capacity, as it mentions, and reliability, and they do that with minimal impact by upgrading existing infrastructure. So a good fit for this new contractor yard. There'll be some storage of these materials there, which is the reason for the security fencing, and they'll be able to go out and improve our grid. So next slide, please, Jim. So the proposed shop improvements. As I mentioned, the shop is the large building located in the center. I believe that the shop is just about 3,200 square feet. They are proposing two additions. One lean-to on the south side. So this is the footprint here, just showing you that lean-to addition, about 720 square feet. And then one lean-to on the east side. That's about 160 square feet here. So you can see those in both plan and profile. And just give you an idea, there will be a concrete pad underneath, a roof, and then posts. So there's no walls, no any kind of siding. It is exposed. It's really just a place to put material to store it either outside or inside, and then have some cover over the entryways. So one of the things that they're also proposing with these lean-to are additional lighting. So we've specified the RAB fixture. It is more of a floodlight fixture. But what I wanted to specify here is the location of these. There are 3 proposed along the south lean-to and 2 proposed along the east lean-to. Those are actually underneath the roof of the structure, facing downward and towards the building in this direction. So this would actually be mounted upside down, facing this way, under the roof canopy. So not really worried about any light emitting out into the atmosphere, dark sky compliant, all of those. So mounting height would be just about 10 feet. The edge of this is, I think, about 10 feet, 6 inches high, so the mounting height would be about 10 feet. Next slide, please, Jim. The only other 2 improvements are for fencing. Because of the nature of these materials, we're talking about copper wiring and some sort of electrical equipment that has some value to it. We need to protect those. So they're proposing an 8-foot high fence. This board, by special use permit, has the right to go ahead and approve a fencing over 6 feet. It doesn't require a variance. It actually requires a special use permit from this board. And at the top of that 8-foot high fence is 1 foot of barbed security wire. That fence is actually set back. This dimension here, I believe, is 150 feet. So to give you an idea of just about how far back that is into the property, we're at over 100 feet into the property where the fence would be placed. The fence line is as shown here in red. There will be 2 gates. The gates are, as noted here, they're hinge gates. So there is a middle plate here with a little bar that you would pull up, and then the gate would swing open. So not automatic or anything like that. So there's 1 gate located here, and sort of the main gate which would be located here. Overall, it's 765 linear feet of new fencing with the 2 gates. And the maximum height of that with the wire would be 9 feet. Next slide, please, Jim. And final proposal is for signage. They have proposed in-kind replacement of what was the Decker excavation sign with this New York Transco headquarters sign. The sign dimension is 2 feet by 2.5 feet, so we have 5 total square feet of signage. This is a building wall-mounted sign, so in the sign code, you get 6 linear feet of, or per 6 linear feet of building, you get 1 square foot of signage. So we have 40 linear feet on this west-facing facade, and that would allow us 6.7 square feet. As I mentioned, we're just proposing a 2 by 2.5 foot, 5 square foot sign. Lettering is less than 60% area, and that would be mounted between 48 and 72 inches. As I mentioned, that sign is located right here on the west facade. It's really not visible from the road, and it's not intended to be that way. It's just a marker when you pull in so that you know where you are. And that's located right here as shown, and it would be next to and adjacent to the door here, so that shows you about that mounting that we just discussed. I don't believe there are any more slides, and that is the proposal.
Jim?
A couple comments. I actually didn't take a solid look at the fence, so I'll do that next time. My focus is primarily just on the site itself. So there's a wetland, and a lot of this work is within the wetland buffer, which I believe, if I'm not wrong, is this dotted black line here.
That is correct. That is the 100-foot adjacent area from the town. Just one thing I didn't forget to mention is that we did do the jurisdictional determination with the New York State DEC. They reached their 90 days. We submitted the certified letter. They have not replied. So this is a town ACOE jurisdiction. Sorry. Yeah.
So a wetland buffer permit will be needed. Obviously, the work for so the need to roof elements here are within the buffer, but this is all, I think, around this building, as far as I understand, it's such a gravel packed, down anyway, so it's essentially impervious surface already. It's really an extension of existing roofs. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot other than make the runoff go a little bit further away. In this case, further away from the wetland, which is over here, and in this case, just a little further out to the side. Although I think the pitch goes to the other side. This will be a little bit of a concentrated one, maybe, but in reality, the water running off the new roof areas is running onto existing, essentially impervious surface anyway. But this work is all within, and obviously any fencing is within that wetland buffer, because it does cover a good portion of the site, shown by that dotted line. So there was that. I think we had suggested the planning board request additional plantings be put along the boundary between the driveway and the wetland, which is in this area up in here, which I think you proposed
So
plantings between there, just to help filter the water as it runs off, but again, it's probably pretty flat, so I don't know if we're gonna have a discussion about that or not, but that was part of my thought.
yeah, so we took a look at that area in detail. When this site was developed for Decker Excavation as the contractor's yard, right now there is no fencing, and that the edge of the gravel driveway stops, as Jim is indicating here, along the north boundary line, right about here. And then we have a very steep drop-off, greater than like 3 to 1, or somewhere around 3 to 1, that is actually vegetated naturally at the moment. And it is, filling in with wetland plantings, and it is a natural vegetated buffer. The only work we're proposing on this side of the property is the fence installation. So temporary fence post installation, auger holes, backfilled with concrete, not a lot of, disturbance there for runoff potential in an existing gravel surface. So when we looked at it, we almost feel that additional plantings along that steep slope may actually cause more damage at the moment than it would be beneficial. Certainly willing to entertain additional plantings in the dense, existing vegetation, but we wouldn't want to be doing a lot of digging or excavation in that steep slope because it's hard to stabilize and it is close to that wetland boundary. So at this time, we're actually proposing to enhance or keep the existing native vegetation as opposed to planting specific types of plantings.
So it was a thought that I had just in terms of trying to make things better as we move forward with the projects. But I think it's something the planning board members can look at when you do a site visit to see if they think it makes sense, and if so, where that might make sense. Because again, it is a steep slope, and certainly I understand we don't want to disturb an existing steep slope and then create a problem that doesn't exist. So, you know, we can look at that. Regarding the fence, again, I hadn't taken a deep dive on that one, you said it was 9 feet. With a 9-foot fence, you're gonna require a special use permit for 12538, so I will have to add that to the procedure resolution that I had on here. It's a special use permit for the fence.
Did we get your last request there, photos and move off?
I don't
You
do
can look
this.
it up on Google Maps.
Yeah, I
It's
did.
visible. It's pretty visible.
Yeah, and that would be my last comment, is just the visibility of what's going
Oh,
on here and the fence, you know, the fence itself, and now obviously a 9-foot fence with barbed wire on it.
Yeah, I looked it up. I think it's okay. The bar, it'd be nice to see it go away. They're not broken, the Browns. It's pretty visible. If anything, maybe additional vegetation.
Between the road and the structure.
With the size of the fence. No, I was just gonna ask, like, do they kind of have cameras? Anything else? Like, it seems like there's a lot of security back towards the building for light and visibility, which makes sense, which also means they probably have cameras, like how big of a fence you really need if you also have cameras, because fence is good as a pair of colors.
Sure, we're certainly going to want to discuss the details of that fence with our client, absolutely,
Right.
just to make sure that that safety does meet their requirements, and we'll ask about cameras at the same time, too. Going to need feedback.
It's a pretty quiet, safe set.
And additional screening, if lowering the fence is not healing, then I think we're looking for something to mitigate.
Yeah, Jim, if you look it up on Google Maps, I mean, it's wide open. I mean, there's a couple small, evergreen trees that might have gotten bigger. That's not something moving through there, but it's very visible. So.
Yeah, from about here you're talking
Yeah,
about, there is a
exactly.
little bit of a sight line in, because where we put in the septic system here, we may need to remove a few trees, I think, in this area. So there is one sort of part here as you're coming along the road, where you can see into the site.
It's just like it's a quiet little neighborhood. And they have a big 9-foot fence with barbed wire, which is very.
Yeah, I remember the stone, the carved stone, that got Becker excavated. But I remember it being a lot more obscure, like it was a lot more wooded.
Yeah.
I always wondered what was back there. I haven't been down there since children's medical.
It's also gonna be more exposed when there's no leaves on the trees, obviously.
So we could maybe just pause right there too. So we're talking about bringing the fence across here, right across this portion, connected to that corner of the building, the southwest corner, and then coming along this area. So there may be some visible fencing there. And then as we go down a little bit further, you'll see we're also connecting to that northwest corner over here. And it would be cutting across and then going back into. So, you know, I can understand, you know, we can see that there are trees that have been planted along that whole drive here. They just are not mature quite yet. So maybe we'll look into some plantings along that area too.
So you can just see like getting rid of the barbed wire is the option. And just stuff like that. They bring it down to 8 feet, 9 feet.
Anyone else? Anything else, Sean? Anybody else?
I just concur that I would love to see another option that doesn't involve barbed wire, if at all possible.
If there's things of value in there, there are probably other security options we
Yeah.
can look at with the
Well,
amount of
they're
storage
gonna
space
have
we have. I'm
cameras.
sure they're gonna have it on site, but.
I get it. They want to see it. I mean, but the nice trees are to the original barbed wire on it too high. And it's just, we also thought it was uncomfortable. It's just, again, like your facility well, there's just other options.
Well, no, but then you're raising another point, which is like your facility well, how much like pollution are you
Well,
going
then
to
we're
have?
putting it back to the building,
Yeah.
which is what that is. It makes sense that they play it.
Anyone else? Then I believe that draft procedural resolution.
Oops, that was good. I think it's like that ball's gonna go. Draft procedure resolution for the board's consideration for 9 Hook Road LLC for site plan, wetlands permit, and special use permit for the fence, under Town Code Chapter 125 and Town Code Chapter 120. Again, for construction of lean-to roof, fencing, to an existing shop at 9 Hook Road within the RA10 zoning district, accepting the application supporting documents is adequate for further review. Classifying the actions type 2 under seeker, for which board and environmental quality review is not required. We will schedule a public hearing for the application for August 4th at 6:05 p.m. or later. We will send this to the CAB, the WAC, and Dutchess County Planning. We need 2 planning board members to do a site visit.
Okay.
I'll go.
Jim, I do believe that it is business park zone district, not the RA10.
I will check that.
Okay, we have a proposed resolution, and we'll have the resolution. Motion, please. Anyone make a
So
motion?
moved.
Second?
Second,
All
sorry.
those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries. That concludes the application portion of this evening's meeting. Next up is the public hearing component. And the first public hearing for this evening is that of Joel Hearn, 443 Mill Road. Site plan review for the abandonment micro hydro previously approved. I don't know that there's anything to discuss, is there, Joel?
No, I've been calling Frank Fosberg, and he's not answering. I hope he's okay. I know they had some medical issues in the family a couple months ago.
And Mark Long, that's Jim can share further information. He's been communicating with Mark Long, correct? Who is the engineer who was assigned to this by CPL. Mark has been quite assiduously trying to connect and get out there, and has made several visits to find that no work is taking place. So since we last discussed this application, I think I'm correct in saying that absolutely nothing has taken place on the property. Is that correct?
Sorry, here's bad. So Frank told me that he was going to start the work last Tuesday.
No, but I don't, nothing, I'm asking for clarification, that since you were last before us, nothing has happened.
No.
Then there's nothing to discuss. We're in touch with CPL. They have been trying to get out there to observe the work, but no work has been taking place. So I think we're at the point of continuing this public hearing discussion.
Is there any evidence of like a worsening condition, any washouts or
It's been
displacement of the?
for the last 10, 11 months.
Nothing as a result of the storms that we had over the weekend. Nothing. I mean, it's hard, it's hard to imagine, given the storms and the amount of hail and rain and power outages, that there wasn't a lot of water coming over that bank. It's
Just
just,
did not,
Yeah. Jim,
The
what
spillway.
what are our options here? Like, can we provide a timeline? Is there a way for us to force?
Could I ask you to speak into the mic?
Yeah. Is there a way for us to provide a timeline or force a timeline, as this is a very sensitive situation, I guess, and seeing it's been 45 days and we are not made any progress.
and you've got the young code. Have you considered going to somebody other than Mr. Bosberg? The pressure was on you. You, before this board, told us that once we let you go ahead, you could wrap this up in 2 to 3 days. Those were your comments.
Frank has been fantastic. I mean, he did the
It's
original.
not fantastic. He hasn't shown up and he hasn't answered your calls.
All I can say is last Tuesday he said he's going to be there, so I will certainly find another contractor if you'd like.
To answer the
I'm not an attorney, but my understanding the only way we can do this would be that it would have to be a legal avenue we'd have to pursue, or the town would have to go ahead and do the work themselves and then bill it back to the property owner. Both of those will probably take some time.
Probably more time than
Could
Not
we,
legal.
Probably more time than getting a contractor on site, if someone would answer their phone or if a phone call was made.
Correct. And again, not legal advice, planner advice.
I mean, can we require that the silt fence is put in if the work doesn't start? And like, that was also supposed to be in, at least we would have had some barrier come these storms of protection if it keeps getting delayed.
But we need the contractor to put it
Yeah.
in. 'Cause Joe's not gonna do it, obviously, so somebody has to put that in. That's kind of where we've been.
If we go to another public hearing and no work's been done, can we at least have images and videos to see where the state of the space is, some updates, eyes on it for us?
Yeah, you can absolutely request that if you want, and we can certainly request an update, pictures and videos, even regardless. I mean, just today, you can ask for that and have them submit it so you can take a look at it between now and the next time we meet.
We can also refer the situation as it stands right now with no information back to Grant Alliance and ask them what legal recourse we have. They are familiar with this project and have advised in the past. And I think the time has come that we have to ask them. We're running out of, well, we've run out of patience in terms of getting something going.
SFI, so,
I would suggest that we involve Grant Alliance into coming up with a solution, especially if we're going to be running into this in a month from now. And I don't have faith, based upon the previous record we were dealing with, that we're going to be dealing with anything different than what we're dealing with now. So I would like to make a request that we involve Grant Alliance with coming up with a solution if no action is taken.
I'm sorry, could you summarize, Sean, I couldn't quite hear.
I'm just suggesting that if no action is taken for a month from now, that we have our attorneys involved to make sure that something is done.
It wasn't until a couple of weeks ago that you authorized me to proceed with the work. Correct? And so I'm totally fine with finding another contractor.
I believe that we have been moving this every 2 weeks, have we not? And it wasn't the last meeting, it was the one before that, that we allowed you to go ahead. And a month has gone by with no progress. If we go in the direction of, Gretchen, I'd ask you to take another look at the escrow account for this project. If we're going to retain Grant Lyons to look into this, we want to ensure that we have enough funding at hand in escrow to allow them to do the work they need to do. So will you look into that and communicate it?
What would the lawyer do? What would the legal action be?
To determine what we can do to get this moving, if we have any legal recourse. Sean is asking, is there anything we can do to move this along?
It seems like you think I'm stopping. I haven't.
I'm not saying you're stopping it, but you're certainly not making it happen. So, anyway.
I disagree with you, but,
Well, Joel, you're the one who stood here and said if we let you go ahead, you could have it done in 2 or 3 days, and you assured us of that. That was a month and a half ago.
You also broke the law to begin with, so like, your word has little value.
there's case law that says I didn't break the law, but if you want to get into a
We're not
legal
going
fight.
to, we're not going to discuss that tonight. We're going to reach out to Grant Lyons, we will communicate with you when we have information from them, and we'll tell you what they're able to do. It's up to you, it's up to you, as I would say to anybody. You can authorize the escrow to be used in that way or not, that is your right. You can say yes, and you can say no, we'll continue to work our way to do this. I would like to see you submitting to Gretchen, because I've seen emails from CPL and Mark Long trying to make this happen. I'd like you to communicate daily to Gretchen, so you can share it then with whoever needs to see it, where you are and what steps you've taken and what's happening. And if,
Fine, happy to do that,
thank you.
Everyone here just wants a fix.
as do I.
Right, so then let's make it
Talked to
happen.
Mark Long this
It's
morning.
been 30 days, let's make it happen.
Fantastic.
That's all we're asking.
All right.
Anything else?
Thank you for your.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here from the public wishing to address this application? So now we're going to continue this to,
I'll give you a call, Gretchen.
we're going to make the motion now to continue it. Would you like to hear when? When would we like to bring this up again?
Next meeting.
2 weeks.
Yes.
That would be a motion to continue the public hearing to the July 21st meeting.
Correct.
Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Just to clarify, if I find another contractor or Frank comes up for air, can I go ahead and do the work like this week or next week?
Well, wait, just let me ask a couple questions. We have a work plan that Mark Long has looked at from Bosberg, correct?
Correct.
But then we would have to know or be assured that a new contractor is going to do what Mr. Bosberg said he was going to do, that Mark Long and CPL has approved.
Trust me, that work plan will be followed to the T.
I would want assurances from a new contractor that they've
Of course.
seen it, agreed, and can do it as has been accepted by CPL. If there's any change in that, CPL is going to have to take another look at it and decide if the work plan is something to their liking.
Exactly.
Clear?
CPL has to sign off on it, period. Like, end of
Yes.
discussion. Any contract with your work, CPL has to sign off.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. There's nobody here from the public? All right, we've continued into July 21st. I don't remember if I took a vote.
You did.
Okay. The next public hearing for this evening is that of Stephen Sergini, 52 Morton Road, site plan and special use permit, renovations and alterations of 4 existing structures. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. Christopher Jerry with S3 Architecture.
Mike Sochevsky.
Do you want to refresh our memory?
Of course, thank you, Board. Yeah, we're here tonight for the residents at 52 Morton Road, special use permit by the zoning district, H220. Renovation of an existing main residence. It's a single family, 5-bedroom, 3-bath residence, which we are doing primarily an expansion of the second floor, capturing a lot of dead space that was part of the original home design, built in 1992. It is it's planned to create a new entrance, to raise the roof, new glazing, and new full-height ceiling, new ceiling height in the second floor, where now it is compromised by a very low roof and dormer windows. We are adding in 2 full and 2 half baths in the existing main residence and reconfiguring the bedroom count slightly, moving 1 bedroom to the lower level, whereas previously upstairs, taking over an existing home office, for example. We're increasing the floor area only slightly, as I mentioned, by enlarging and capturing dead space on the second floor, meaning that the existing building footprint remains largely the same. It does comply with all other zoning regulations. No change in the occupancy or use. The second structure is an existing legal accessory structure, a painting studio currently. We are proposing to add a full bedroom to that studio and convert 1 space to an office, and adding in a kitchenette so it will be used as an accessory structure for sleeping. Otherwise, no change in occupancy or area of that existing building. The building envelope stays the same. The third structure is an existing garage, which is 2-story. There's a 2-car garage on the lower level and an existing open room above that. Currently has really no heating, no plumbing, nothing to it. It's proposed to convert that space into a home gym. Again, no change in occupancy or changes to the building envelope. The fourth part of the proposal is all exterior. It's reconstruction of a new pool in its existing location. Several of the board members visited the site and saw that. We showed it to them. It's actually taking up the existing footprint of the kidney-shaped pool and making it rectangular, and then new decking, a new pergola, outdoor shower, and a contraction of the existing pool fencing, which is split rail with the wire mesh. We're proposing a contraction of that, so it takes up less space. And then the new landscaping design to go with all of these new features in the house. We walked the board through very much light approach native plantings throughout. Some of the landscape is devoted to prevent some erosion that's been a problem on the site, so that will be improved. And then new bluestone walkways that connect from the front to the back of the house for the most part. All of the exterior lighting as well would be night sky compliant, whether on the building or some step lighting that are pointed down throughout the landscape.
Didn't have any new comments since last time. We did talk about the bedroom count issue, and I guess we can see where we go with that. Most curious, where are we still with county health? County health, the county health department?
There's no proposed changes to the
The
center.
bedroom count?
Yeah.
And you guys identified where the line was, we talked about it, how it's going through the existing house, and so you
Yeah.
identified
Yeah.
where that is, and
Yeah, we move forward with that.
that's all okay, and you guys
Yes.
okay with that?
We're just gonna, take care of it during construction, but make sure that it stays preserved from the accessory structure.
I really don't have anything else other than discussion on count. I want to go there.
Well, first I'll ask for a report from the site visit.
I was there with Tom and you and George Baker. And maybe we could go to the site plan.
We did not go inside the buildings, but we walked around each of the buildings, the main house and 2 accessory buildings. The exterior needs refreshing. I think that the work that's proposed will end up improving the site generally. You use the term raise the roof, but I don't think you're increasing the height of the roof.
No, correct.
You're changing its,
The pitch, yeah.
Right.
Where it comes down low on the walls upstairs will now be full height, and we're keeping the roof ridge at 31 feet, so no change in that.
I wanted to take a look at the pool to see what might be visible from the river.
And actually, I sent Jim a photo that might be useful.
As you can see, the land rises between the pool and the river, and so it kind of protects the whole pool area from view from the river. The house is then up on a hill, and a walkway goes up the hill. And so, of course, it will be visible, but the plan is for it to be a dark color, a brown color, and there are trees there between the river and the site. So it's pretty well protected. I was, I guess, a little concerned about the walkway lighting that goes up the hill, even though it's directed down. I was wondering whether you're gonna see that from the river. Is it possible that that lighting could be lower? Is it 4 feet now? Is it-
No. Those are, I think, 2 feet or
Oh, they're
18
2
to
feet.
4. Yeah, and they'll be amidst plantings as well. Obviously, the plantings won't cover them when they hit the walking surface, but they will be partly obscured by grasses and bushes from the river and really from the roundhouse. They're very thin profile also.
So that was it. I didn't see any particular problems, but obviously we're going to talk about number of bedrooms.
I was surprised at how bad a shape the house was being built in 1902. So this is definitely an improvement. And as far as river views, how high is the property above the river?
I can show you.
What elevation, we can check our.
So we're right there.
Turns
So,
out Google has them.
yeah, so
It's up on the
there
cliff.
really isn't a,
It's not clear cut in any way.
Yeah, exactly.
And the train is below.
and somebody really have to work at seeing any of the property from the river. And so I thought it was a great piece of property, with a poorly maintained home on it. You guys are just improving it.
Yeah.
We observed some lighting in existing trees. on the
Yes,
property?
we noticed that too.
Did you address
We're gonna
that?
recommend to take that down, obviously the
I
floodlight.
think they
Yeah.
need to come down.
Yeah.
Just a recommendation, that's not,
Sure. Yeah.
not allowed in my mind, so
Yeah.
I'm assuming they will go away.
That will go away, yeah, that will.
Yeah. Anything else before we get into the discussion of bedroom count? Okay. That brings us back to bedroom count.
Can we look at it page by page? I just found it helpful to look at the number of bedrooms, maybe starting with the house.
Just to note, Jim, I think this is
It's an
a
old
plan
one.
set from the pre-con meeting, not from the last meeting.
I thought it might have been, yeah, so it was a 5/12/25 plans.
Yep.
I looked at it. So, I don't think it changes the floor plans at all, but. So this is the existing.
This is existing.
You want to say proposed?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the basement plan.
So the only use down there is the storage mechanical and mechanical under the living room. We're converting one space of the unfinished basement into a recreation room.
Is it completely underground?
It's above ground just in this corner back here. That's it. But otherwise, as you go up, it starts to disappear. By the time you're here, it's fully underground.
And is there access?
No, and we're not proposing any. Actually, no, this would be used just as like a little home theater, so no windows, no access, completely soundproof. There's some,
This is a window or escape well here?
say that.
On the corner here, this isn't a window or escape well?
No, that's a pier. That's concrete pier.
So that was one of the rooms that I had talked about, because it will be conditioned. Obviously, it's not going to convert to a bedroom, we're not proposing a closet, but it is a conditioned space that's being converted over there.
Is it a full bathroom, was it full?
No.
Yes, pottery.
Oh, I thought it was a pottery.
Yeah, the staircase runs
Oh,
down,
so-
so it's a hall landing and a powder room. So again, it wouldn't meet the criteria of a bedroom, no natural ventilation, no light, no natural light.
I don't think it's a bedroom.
All right, do you want to go on to the next?
Yeah, let's go on to the next.
Okay. Right, so off to the front door, off to the right here is the bedroom that we are proposing. This would be an ensuite bedroom with access to the screen porch, with the ensuite walk-in closet and bathroom. The last discussion we had, you were asking about the playroom or the office. So the home office, there is a home office there currently in this spot. We're moving it. So it's off of the entryway. So this gets more privacy. And the kids' playroom is a bit of a sort of a lounge and a weird space because the staircase is over here. There's a bunch of windows, but no real usable space. So the family wants to have the kids close so they know where they are, they can keep their eye on them, and also have access to the screen porch.
The sliding doors are what? Are they glass?
Yeah, they're glass and wood pocket doors, double, so you get natural light and views through. Yeah, no real privacy, no closets, no sleeping rooms.
What are the dimensions of the office?
13 by 10 feet. And 12.7 by 13.
So for the playroom, if you needed a bathroom, you would, if you needed a shower, you would have to walk through the walk-in closet of that bedroom.
Which is on suite, so.
And the same thing is true for the office.
Correct. Yeah, all bathrooms for the bedrooms are now en suite, and there's only powder rooms extra.
The double doors to the office, are they glass?
Yeah, the same. These would be wood and glass pane to get light and views through. And no
that they're not bedrooms.
I agree with you. They don't feel like bedrooms to me.
I mean, you know, could someone sleep in one in a pinch? But as a permanent bedroom, I don't see them as bedrooms. I think we have more problems in the accessory. Well,
I don't know, I think favorable dimensions for a bedroom. It has a lot of the features. It doesn't have the closet, as he says, but, you know, the one adjacent bedroom being en suite, how hard would it be to make them like a Jack and Jill, just cut a hole, put a door in there? And then you've got two bedrooms where there have been one. And maybe not, I'm not accusing this applicant, but subsequent owners might be tempted.
And that's where this kind of came from, the change in the rule a couple years ago, right? And that we have houses that are set up a certain way, but then eventually they come back in and we say, how did you end up with 5 bedrooms when you were before last time you were here 10 years ago? And that's where the rule change came from, the planning board to take a look at this.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, it's the board's responsibility based on the code to make a reasonable, you know, determination on what you think is proposed and what you think could be done. I mean, anything can be done anytime, obviously. I think there's reasonable expectations, I think.
it seems to me it's important to look at the context. You know, you've got a house on the river. It's going to be very expensive. It's very unlikely, it seems to me, that someone's going to come in and crowd. Well, you could almost have to change the use. You know, like maybe it would be turned into a girls' school or something like that, which would require another permitting process. But as a family, they're already planning 6 bedrooms, and I'm going to argue that there's at least one more.
And again, the intent is based on safety, right? The septic system is based on the number of bedrooms and usage, and we don't want failing septic systems because there are more people using bedrooms than it's designed. So that's part of this condition as well. So all that kind of comes into account, and that's the discussion.
Well, let's continue through this and get to the other buildings that you're referring to and see where we get that.
Okay, so
And then, yeah,
upstairs.
upstairs.
Yeah, so we have the bedrooms on the right-hand side here, the children, and now they're all en suite. And we did propose a study room for them to get together in upstairs as well. This was requested by the clients. So again, everything en suite, it's very simple. And then of course the primary suite speaks for itself. It's nice and grand, has its own en-suite bath and a dressing room. No windows in the middle, so there's no sleeping in there. The bedroom, sleeping room is here at the end of the unit. There's a small office nook for one of the parents here, just to do quick work, check the laptop. But again, no occupancy, no habitable space, just incidental space.
Is there a door on the snug room?
It's a pocket door, yes. That right in here, where that's our door label right there. This is the pocket door.
And what if that wall went away?
All of this. That's a possibility. So it becomes an extension of the hallway. And
In
not
my
a room.
mind, keep it from being a bedroom, if that wall went away on the snug room.
Just deal with this.
I see what you're saying.
And that was really the room that I had identified as the one from the top, but I wasn't so worried about the small office.
Okay.
This is 6 by 7.
Yeah,
So that was not really feasible, I think.
Yeah, it's good to put that in. Too small.
It was more of this, I mean, this is 8 by 12, it's not huge, but it is certainly big enough. The bedrooms are that size or smaller. So that was really the one question on my mind.
And so, you think that it would be acceptable?
I would
to the
definitely talk
client
to my
take
clients
that
about that. I
wall away?
feel like that's reasonable personally. And this is a shared access for when they do congregate. This bathroom has a second door to it.
And that probably makes it more important that the wall go away.
So this is the accessory structure off to the side, which you saw in the front of here. Steps leading up to it is the little painting studio. So there was a bedroom back here. We're just splitting it. They wanted to use one as a studio office and put the wall up in between. This was one big room.
See, that to me looks like 2 bedrooms. I mean, it could easily be designed as 2 bedrooms with 1 bath for guests. And I could see a caretaker in there, you know, with a teenage child, and you're using 2 bedrooms. So I think we have an issue there.
And do you think moving up the closets or potentially walls would, since you're on site, I don't know how much you guys see anything in the same inside the buildings, but to me what stands out is windows, closet, shared bathroom, factory clinic, seems like a 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you took the closet away, you know, it's an accessory structure. You're not expected to have a lot of closet space and so
Yeah.
forth.
So again, like the main house, if we were proposing just removing all of this wall, let it be an extension of the space, would be more favorable.
What do you all think about that?
Cynically, we can remove a wall and do that. We're just being realistic. You can take it out for this, and you can build it to that, but it's just as easy to put the wall back in the picture. So, it just feels like it has great potential to be 2 bedrooms. And I think we have to, my own personal opinion is, I'm less worried by what we look at in the house, but this one clearly looks like that to me. Whether it's a caretaker or whether it's, husband and their kid coming for the weekend or something, I think it really speaks to being 2 bedrooms. And I think we need to consider it from that perspective. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So let's go on to the garage.
Okay.
Oh, and there is, this upstairs, I didn't see this as potential bedroom.
Did not.
There's no bathroom up there.
No bathroom, no plumbing in the building at all.
This is the one that's
Just-
the gym.
Yeah, be the home gym on top.
There's, I assume, water in that building?
No water.
No water in the
No,
building? Okay.
no water.
No proposal?
So the water is some sort of,
It's a cooler, we'll have water delivered
It's
for his
spring
home.
water.
Yeah, spring water on it.
Yeah, there's no toilet facility in that?
No. It's an old garage. It probably.
No, I'm trying to imagine you go to all this and you create a gym and you
Yeah.
gotta run into the house every time you go to the bathroom, with all of the improvements and amenities.
so perhaps you can increase the septic system.
Well, if you remember that beautiful side yard that was pretty much taken over by the existing, it's ringed by beautiful mature trees. We
Yep.
certainly don't want to cut any of that down or lose more habitat. So we were hoping to have this discussion here to make sure we're still in compliance with 6 bedrooms as the septic is designed.
It doesn't feel like that's where we are. Others' opinions?
I think something has to change so that it's clearly 6 bedrooms, because right now, I think it's 7.
What if the bedroom layout is reconfigured in the guest house?
Well, I think that's not our job to, I think where we are now is we have some opinions suggesting that this is really 1 bedroom over what's approved by the health department. So we have a couple of options. I think we'll go back to your client and discussing with them exactly what direction they want to go and whether they want to go with this bedroom count that we believe is accurate, or do they want to make a change. I'm not
Yeah,
suggesting what that
understood.
change might be.
I understand.
Or the option is to go to the health department.
Correct.
So, anything else from the members of the planning board?
Just, the septic system that's there was installed in the 90s?
Yeah.
Okay, so is it sized for a certain era of fixtures? Because as,
More water usage.
after like
Is that-
1989, they started reducing the amount of
Yeah.
water that's actually
So-
consumed. So did you get it?
Interestingly, the tank itself is sized for 7, and the field was built for 6.
Okay.
That's what we know from the report. So the tank itself is doing a good job, right?
Sure.
And the field is doing its job as needed.
Yeah.
But any extension of that would, to 7 would presumably need more levels, but I don't know, we didn't design that.
Okay.
And
So-
there's also the presupposition, the assumption by the previous engineer who surveyed the septic system that water-saving fixtures would have been in place.
They would have been assumed
Already.
at
Yes.
that time. Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
But then what we were discussing,
It is.
which is, I think, sometimes it confuses me a little bit, the number of bathrooms is increasing, but we don't go by bathrooms, we go by bedroom count.
Yeah.
There's something illogical about
I
that
know.
to me. When you put in more bathrooms with
Yeah.
more sinks and more running
Yeah.
water, doesn't add up, but it's
Well,
the way the zoning.
And also I think it's quoted at 110 gallons per bedroom per day, I think, something like that.
Maybe, yes.
It's around that, and it's higher for older fixtures. And brush your teeth, it's gonna take a long time, in the shower to get to that, but it's a capacity, and I think we need to respect that, but I want to make sure that we're covering all the bases.
So any information you can provide about that will enlighten us further.
One more thing to note. So there are 2 septic tanks on the site. One of them is right outside the accessory structure, which is rated, presupposed to be 1,000 gallons, and that's 1 to 3 bedrooms already.
So you just need a field, perhaps.
So the field is rated for 6, and they tie in together. So that's just one thing to do. So in total, the tanks have a capacity of 10, and then the field is 50 for 6.
But you have an opportunity, this nice flat area that's being created with all of these stone walls there for a field just for the accessory.
Well, we'll let that go away and do their homework. But any other planning board comments?
Do you know anything about the physical characteristics of the terrain? Is it like really rocky? Do you have like?
It's pretty rocky.
Okay, so you don't really have.
Thin layer.
That's why you're staying away from adding
Yeah,
laterals.
and that's grown in really maturely here in the side yard. It's really beautiful. It contours, it falls away. It was actually created very nicely. You don't even know it's a septic.
Right.
And it's ringed by very mature trees, so I do worry about any expansion. So I think we need to look at plan revision as the solution here.
And there's no opportunity for like a lift station or different location.
It is all vegetated. As you
I'm
mentioned,
not being-
there's something clear on this side.
Right.
We haven't done any of that, as you know. That's the other applicant.
I wasn't being facetious.
No, I
When
understand.
I was talking about the area within the stone walls. It will be a flat area with nothing on it. The whole purpose is to have a play field.
Okay. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this application? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to continue the public hearing. To August 4th. I have a motion, may I have a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
The next public hearing for this evening is Stamp. 3718C 9G site plan amendment.
Good evening, Seth Stickle with Mark Linsky, PELSPC. We're here this evening to represent Ruby's 9G Properties LLC and their proposed site plan amendment for a inventory parking lot. So Jim, maybe we could just start on the other. So we got into a discussion at the last meeting about the need for this, and kind of just wanted to reinforce that and kind of go over how the site was developed and just give you some quick background. So this was the site as it existed under STAN. So as you can see, the majority of the access is in. There was a large front parking area. The pond went in. That's all part of the DEC wetland. And is along this side. We have a large parking area in a second building, and a rotating drive that went around the back. So this was the site as it existed. If we just go to the next one, it just shows a color photograph, which might be a little bit easier for people to see. So you can see kind of where all the parking area was. And this was the site that Ruby's purchased and tried to renovate into their Subaru use. So if we could just go to the next one, Jim. This shows you, what was developed for Ruby's Subaru, right? This is the exact same footprint as the previous building, which is located here. We kept the parking, maybe a little modification to its configuration in the front, and then we utilized and maximized all of the existing area that was there, existing hard surface area for a parking lot, for storage on the site. What has occurred after about a year of working here is that with the balancing of vehicles coming in for service, preparation of delivery of inventory that goes from this site prepared down to the Subaru sales facility, drop-offs of vehicles, parts and delays. So if you're working on a vehicle in service and you can't get that part because there have been some parts issues, so that like a vehicle needs to stay on the site until the part is received. So balancing all of those things has presented some challenges to Ruby's where they need more capacity at this site for the Subaru facility. So could you just go to the next photo, please? So this happened previous to the site visit, but what's happening is Ruby's does not know when these new vehicles are going to be dropped off. They aren't told when that's going to happen, where they're coming from, how many they're going to get at any one time. And sometimes they come in the evening and off hours, because that's when they would prefer them to be there. And what happens is you can see that the entire parking area here is full. Whether it's inventory storage, which was the bank of this parking area here, or whether it's the service vehicles, which are parked here, or employees, the entire site goes up, and then when they offload the vehicles, the people bringing in the new vehicles park them along the drive aisle. It becomes both a hazard for emergency vehicles, it crowds up the site, and as a result, that's why we're here looking for additional parking for this site. It will help alleviate, this pressure that they're feeling here, and really speaks to the agreement that was reached by the town board. I'm pretty sure everyone's aware that it was about a 2-year process of Ruby's to rezone this site, just so they could purchase to do this work. And when they did that, they actually filed at the county clerk's office a deed that has specific criteria that they have to meet in certain time frames and steps to be able to move their service facilities out of both the village and the 9G site. This step, phase 1, was to alleviate all of the issues in the village, and in order to do that, they need some additional funding. So if we could just go to the next one, Jim. So this is the proposed parking area. We're looking at a site that is in an open farm field area that has been cleared of any archaeological or historic resources and had been farmed over time. We're looking at less than an acre, 0.75 acres of hard surface area. We're implementing similar green infrastructure practices, which are depressed islands. So you have several depressed islands with catch basins and vegetation to help treat that stormwater and direct discharge here. It happens to be in an area where the trucks actually pull in. This is where the delivery trucks is, so it's very convenient, stays out of the normal traffic areas that are utilized for the day. And so we're looking at an additional 98 parking spaces in this area for inventory to help alleviate the situation.
No new comments since last time. Pretty straightforward parking lot from the planning perspective.
Okay. Sean and I did the site visit, so I'll let you begin.
Oh, thanks so much. I think the biggest takeaway from the site was where this is makes sense. You can't see it from anywhere. You can barely even see it from the surface entrance point. But just to be really clear, this is back where the cell phone tower was put. I think the biggest takeaway is that it's not so much of this phase. Is when we look at phase 2, I think it's going to be much more developed than we previously thought. And I think it's going to be less to do with it's going to have to do more with manufacturers and their requirements. And so I think it's just something for us to take into account that this is probably going to be duplicated times 4 or 5 brands in the long run. As far as this is today, this is what they're doing, and it does make sense, but definitely something for us when we look at phase 2 to just really have in mind and to think through, and also probably look at new plans that might have to incorporate this for better planning for the future.
Yeah, I would agree. What does work here, interestingly enough, I have not had an opportunity or the need in the past to drive around the back of the building. You know, I've observed it from the front, from the road, from pulling in to see how the signs were laid out. And I was quite surprised when I pulled around the back to see the number of vehicles that are there waiting to be repaired, waiting to move into the sales area in the village, employee parking, you know, just more cars than you could possibly shake a stick at. But the point is that from the front of the building, it's really beautifully screened and hidden. So in terms of what it looks like when you're driving your car in to drop it off for service, this is really the back of the house, for sure, and thinking of it that way. And as Sean described it, the field is very flat and open, and it's a lot of vehicles for sure. But again, it is beautifully screened. There's over to the right of this, there's a hill that goes up, so it's screened from that direction as well. And I think, you know, the points that you're making is unfortunately for Ruby's and others the nature of business of selling cars. And the point we're making is that we're looking to the future. We're thinking about 2 other dealerships moving their service facilities here. And I did ask in the field, is this problem, if you will, likely to replicate itself when we move to Ford and the other service areas? And the answer is quite likely, because this is the way the business model works with them bringing vehicles in. So I do think that when we start looking at the next phases of this, we're going to see a modification in what we've seen before, based on how the business model has changed and may continue to change. So it doesn't really, I think at this point, affect this per se. It's just sort of a looking to the future. There's going to be changes to this entire project that we couldn't have seen at the beginning. They'll bring them in when the time is right and when they've made the plans they need to make. But I don't, and as Seth and Mark arranged it, there just happened to be a car delivery there the day that we were doing this site visit.
It was not arranged.
Sure.
I'm sure
Well,
that they made a call and said, please get it here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on the day before the 4th of July. So anyway, so we got to see the process in action, and there's a lot of activity going on when this happens, and I wouldn't want to be driving the car off the.
I agree, and I would just like to add, like, they have the property. It's, and I don't think this is, like, I don't think expansion is necessarily appropriate. It's very well screened. This site was picked for a reason. I just think it's going to be probably in the long run a little bit bigger than was originally thought. And I actually don't even, you know, I don't think Ruby's thought at that point it was going to get to this point. So, like, I don't think it's like smoking beers. I just think it's. But back to what Melody said, as you enter the property, it doesn't feel like that. Everything's really well screened, but I think this is appropriate for what they need.
Well, the other thing I would add is I was very, very impressed by the quality of the landscape maintenance on the property. It is beautifully mowed, everything is edged. You know, I wish my yard looked like that in terms of the general maintenance. And it isn't something you see from the road, but clearly they're putting their best foot forward in terms of what their property looks like, and I can only assume they will continue to do that with the addition of this. So it's, I mean, nothing, it didn't look like a hair was out of place. You know, we don't have overgrown fields, and we get to the back of the property, and it's not the front of the house, and we don't care. That's not at all true. This was all the way through, beautifully manicured and taken care of. So that says to me something about what they want with their business model. So that's what I would offer, Sean and I would offer as the site visit. Open it up to other comments or questions from planning board members.
Good question. Now, this is all, it's asphalt with a stormwater practice, so everything kind of drains into a basin and then dissipates on the site.
Yeah, that's correct. So we found this to be a very great use of green infrastructure practices on the reuse of the parking area.
Yeah.
So we actually put these in everywhere. So this is a depressed island, similar to what this would be, depressed island, so it goes down from the road.
Right.
It's vegetated very well, and there are actually under drains in here connected to catch basins. So you have, you know, the bioretention and all of the things that are necessary to help alleviate trees and stormwater before it's discharged.
And then if you get one of those deluges, you know, like they have in Texas, and, you know, not that that's going to happen here, but I mean, climate change, we have to bear in mind that needs to be a part of everybody's thinking going forward. There's going to be some sort of an overflow or water course that this is going to wash into.
Sure, Jim, could you go back to the previous pictures, the photos of the lot? There we go. And maybe just zoom into that bottom one here, this area right here. So this is one of those depressed islands here. This whole thing is actually a depressed island.
Yeah, okay.
And you have under drains through this whole area. In this site, where we have a substantial amount of hard surface area, we've actually had zero flooding or clogging of any of these facilities. So water drains and is allowed to drain through the soils here, and then is all connected to a catch basin that is set about 2 to 3 inches above that bottom material. So you have a natural little overflow, and the catch basin is the overflow drain in the end.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just one of the things that I think we need to be aware of is that it's, you know, you're kind of sizing the church for Easter Sunday. You know, like there are going to be times when this parking lot is just inundated with cars. You're not going to be able to fit a credit card. Boom, boom, boom. But for much of the time, it's going to be vacant. Is there some sort of ebb and flow to the usage?
There will be some ebb and flow, as we mentioned. These deliveries, we don't know exactly when they're coming in, how many cars that they get. They actually don't get to decide their allocation all the time.
Yeah.
So what we do know is that we will be able to fill at least 50% of that parking area all the time. And it's going to be likely full.
All right. But that was unforeseeable at the time of the original filing?
Yeah, at the time of the original filing, we were maximizing the existing space to the best of our ability without an understanding. You know, this was a service facility that was located here in the village, right there on Chestnut and Route 9, and they were utilizing that space. So we had an inclination that this would be enough, and it turns out after a year in use, it's not.
So I used to ride my bike by there every morning when the guy was moving the cars, because they would park along Chestnut Street there. Okay.
Melody, we also asked for some kind of guarantee that no sales activities will happen.
Director, I believe Seth has information about licensing.
There are several things. So actually, if we go down to the bottom of this, in the agreement that was codified and submitted to the clerk's office and as part of the county record, if you can go up just even, that's the 7-page document here. That's the agreement between the town and the town board and Ruby's. You can keep going up, and it's like 7 pages here. Yeah. So in this document, it specifically states that all service needs to be moved from these two locations and that sales will be located at their existing facilities. There's also discussion to remove sales from the 99G location as part of phase 2. But, so there will be no sales at the 9G site. The 9G site, if we were to look in the zoning code's area and bulk regulations table does not allow sales, auto sales at this site. It only allows motor vehicle repair and service
Here's my
establishments.
question. Here's what I envision. Somebody comes in and wants a particular car, a particular set of stuff on it. And the sales guy says, I have exactly what you want, it's up at the 9G lot, I'll meet you there. And then you can drive it from there. That is what I'm envisioning happening, which I consider a sales action. It's not negotiating price or signing paper, but it's part of the sales process. And the reason I don't think that's a good idea is because it's additional traffic going up there, you know.
It's illegal per the zoning code. It's been codified that they won't do that and that they're going the other direction in the agreement with the town board. And Ruby's has been straight up and completed almost all of these things as they have been done. So it's a great hypothetical, but it's not how they operate and not how they will operate in the future.
And not legal.
It's not a legal use. I mean, if it's a one-off, it'd be one thing. If it starts happening regularly and people see it, that's an enforcement issue, that would then be something to talk about, I think, in the downstairs. But no, Seth is right, it's only automobile service type uses that are permitted, not sales. So I would say it's a non-permitted use, so it shouldn't be happening. But again, if it does happen, and it becomes something people recognize, then it's an enforcement issue.
And you do have a mechanism to enforce that through the code enforcement officer.
I see where you're coming from, but it's not a legal operation.
Yeah, I mean, it's how people define what that is.
I just would add, I think operationally, traditional suburban car dealership, they really try to segregate the service population from the sales population. Just because you don't want people with broken cars, you know, why? It's just, I think it makes sense from a business sense to have them separated and, you know, being physically separated, you know, by the geography is just as good as, like, you know, with a wall.
Well, it would have been, you know, when you have both sales and service on Route 9 in the village, I can see how you could cross over, you know, and your service person could talk to the salesperson, but your staff is pretty much segregated. Here, I mean, the employees at this unit are all service people. They're not trained or expected to be in the business of pitching cars or selling cars. And your salespeople are all located in the village.
That's correct.
And there's no office space or any other little cubicle in this new building for a salesperson to sit and talk to people. This is all, if I remember the interior, pretty much a big work area.
It's a service facility.
But what this means is, if I'm a customer and I want that car, that color with that stuff, and it's up there, and I go in the village, a salesman will either have to say, come back tomorrow. if I
Or I'll
want to,
call up and get it brought down
Or
right
I'll
now.
go get it right.
And speaking only from my own experience, when I want to look at a car, they get it to me pretty darn fast. If they think I'm sitting there ready to make a deal. And we're casting aspersions on car salespeople, but they make every effort to facilitate my desire to see the pink car or whatever.
I
it
just
is.
want to think it all through.
Yeah.
But I think the very fact that it's illegal is not, I mean, you can't even make it a condition of approval. You can't condition illegal action. So,
And I was involved in rezoning years ago, and I do remember, I do believe I recollect a discussion about this, and we were saying that if someone wanted a car that was up here, that they would have to bring it back down to the lot in the village, and that was the whole point. Sales stays in the village, service goes out of the village, get the cars off the village streets, I think, as part of step one.
Just out of curiosity, because it occurred to me, how many vehicles can currently be in the village proper to be shown to people? Because they've got the lot across the street, but I don't know how many parking spaces are back there. Do you have any guess?
I would have to look into that for you.
I mean, I was just curious, because obviously there are spaces there so that you can have a number of show vehicles on the premises in the village, and if they're smart about it, they'll have what they believe to be the most attractive and popular models there. Which would have to be part of the business plan, right? Joining.
I don't know what they're doing now, but before this all happened, they were, I think, double or triple stacking cars in the village on the lots there, so they had to get everything around to get to a particular car. The whole point of this was to try and free some of that and get the cars off the street.
Destroy them pretty tight.
And to be honest, it was a relatively lengthy rezoning process, and I think if everybody's wanted to talk about sales up there, we would have talked about it at that time, because I don't think they're going to discuss another rezoning of the OLP. That was never part of the discussion. They would have been back then, I think if that was the intent. This would have been discussed.
However, you know,
But you-
and it raises good point, you guys, but we'll ask the same question going forward with the two new service areas that they show up. Anyone else can?
I think the client, I think the law speaks for itself, and I think the applicant has shown a lot of consistency in following through what they say, so I feel confident by the extension.
Is there anyone here from the public? Are we ready to go to public hearing?
I move we do that.
I have a motion to close public hearing, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Jim, I believe we have a draft approval resolution.
Draft approval resolution for the planning board acting on the application by Rudy Subaru for site plan approval under Town Code Chapter 125 for construction of subordinate parking lot at 3718 Route 9G within the ORP zoning district. Reaffirming the action is type 2 under secret for which coordinated environmental quality review is not required. With respect to the application for site plan approval, finding the work and intended use is consistent with Town Code Chapter 125. Approving the application inclusive of the materials submitted and site plans submitted by Mark Graminsky dated March 28, 2025. Authorize the planning board chair to stamp and sign the both-sided site plan upon the applicant's satisfaction of the conditions listed there. We remind everyone that taking this action, the board authorizes the planning board secretary to provide the approval resolution to the applicant along with details on next steps required to finalize the process. And then all plan sketches and the materials submitted to the town of Rhinebeck Building Department for any required permits, including certificate of occupancy or completion, must match the materials provided to the planning board. Any submissions that aren't are subject to being rejected.
Can I hear a motion?
So, second.
Motion is second, I'll call for Craig.
Aye.
Edna?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Jen? Aye. Bruce? Aye. All right,
Thank you very much.
I'm assuming you're going to stay right there?
I've done it right.
So the next public hearing this evening is that for T-Court LLC and KPH2 LLC, 195 River Road and 189 River Road, site plan, special use permit, and wetlands permit for train, fence, gates, and stone.
Good evening, Seth Stickle with Mark Kaminsky, PELSBC, here this evening to represent T-Court LLC and KPH2 Management LLC and their application for site plan, special use, and wetland permit. This is an extension of the public hearing from the last month. So I just have a couple of items, and then I'll leave it up to the board to how much detail you want me to get into the application. We did pass 90 days with our New York State DEC jurisdictional determination. That was on June 13th. We provided the letter, and they did not reply within 10 days, so we have the waiver for 5 years. We did receive sign-off from the fire department regarding both the changes to the fences and gates and also access and supporting any sort of emergency that might happen at the property. We also did provide the end-of-field letter from the archaeologist that went ahead and did the additional shovel testing in the locations of the fences and gates on both the T-Court parcel and the KPH2 parcel. Again, the application is for Phase 3 and Phase 4 of the miniature train, which includes a garden-scale railroad. That's what we're looking at now, the garden-scale railroad, including the signature bridge there as part of the Phase 4 East Loop, And then the only other part that we're seeing is up in this area here, where the phase 3 spur is, and there, the signature elements for that as well. If you would like, I could certainly run through the proposal again to refresh everybody's memory, or just open it up to questions.
Let me ask if there's members of the public here who will be commenting on this application. If not, I would be willing to go into a discussion rather than to have a full presentation. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? I would change my mind if there were people here for the first time wanting to hear about it. I think we've been there, seen it. So Jim, I'll ask you if you have any additional points to make,
Nope, nothing new since last time we met.
except that we all went on a site visit. So I guess I would open it up now to people who are on the site visit to comment or raise questions.
There was discuss site visit last couple weeks ago, I think.
Did we get into
Yeah. I thought we
Jim has it down as a new,
Well, I just noticed.
expressing, I thought we just discussed the site visit as
Yeah,
well.
that was my recollection too,
Okay.
that we spoke about the site visit. I wasn't there, so I remember asking some questions I think you guys were really informative about.
yeah, I'm trying to, did we get reports back from payback and CDB?
Don't do something like that. Did you get something from Steve?
Yes, we did.
I believe that was almost a big day on, so maybe that's the discussions that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
I think,
I'm just
we
gonna
were
keep
saying.
this right here. So I was saying, I think CEB received the day of our planning board meeting,
The
their
next
report,
day,
or the
yeah,
next day or
exactly.
something, so maybe that's a topic to discuss.
The only thing I recall that there was any discussion about was the signature bridge.
Yes.
Exactly.
The height of the signature bridge seemed to be an outstanding question. Was there anything else anybody else recalls is warranted for further discussion? I'll open it up.
Right. It's my feeling, just from having read the cultural landscape report and reviewing some of the other documentation, it really seems like the signature bridge is kind of outside that envelope of what was considered to be an appropriate scale for this important site. There were some issues about the fragmentation of the previous Ferncliff estate, and that is kind of reconsolidating itself under this applicant. And it's, I think that's being done to support the construction of this, this really imposing feature of this this railroad that is really an intrusion on the historic landscape, which is it's very graceful, it's very naturalistic and rustic, and this seems to conflict with that. Also, the composition of the conservatory is a very clever design that's being presented for it, but it's really kind of it's almost a mockery of what had been there. It's not an appropriate preservation measure. You're kind of bringing something back and putting it in a different place for a different purpose. It kind of confuses what we're supposed to be understanding about this really important feature. And not for nothing, the Hudson Valley is, it's the home to American landscape painting because of its natural beauty. Landscape architecture, romantic landscape architecture, started here for the same reason. And this is one of the sites that's part of that genesis of that, that important cultural movement. And I think it's just really important that we be as careful as we possibly can in assessing what might be improper.
So then, do you have a proposal?
Do I have a proposal for what?
move for a change?
Well, I think the bridge is too big. So
You're talking about
I-
height or span, because span.
well, the
is-
span is going to be fixed because you have to get across that chasm. And
Can we look at it on this?
It's in the presentation, you should be able to go back a couple slides, Jim. There might be just a more complete one, next one. There you go, this is from, you're looking on the west side is the left side of your screen, and the east side is the right side of your screen.
the structure is above the rail. And in many, many railroad bridges, the structure is below the rail. And I'm not going to go through a litany of different examples, and I'm not going to pick something that I want them to design, but I feel like this unnecessarily imposes on the landscape.
So, I'm speaking in my microphone. How visible is this from the driveway?
So if we can go back to the renderings, please, Jim. That's probably the best one, if you just go back to that. So we're at the intersection of essentially Ferncliff Drive here and Tea House Lane, right? Everybody's pretty familiar. We sort of met down here when everyone was on site. So this perspective is to scale. These are the existing plantings with some additional plantings through the area of the gardens train, obviously. So we can see here that the conservatory building is definitely visible. And actually, this is the East Tower on the Signature Bridge. That's about the visibility, from that intersection and that site. Certainly, as we travel down and west into the site, along Tea House Lane, and we pass the bridge and are now properly in that Tea House parcel, and you look off to the right, you'll be able to see it in a different perspective straight down that avenue. Certainly, we'll be able to see it in that location. But from Ferncliff Lane, Tea House intersection, this is the visibility. If you remember when we were out there, we had a bit of a balloon test. We did our best to show that height there, right? And it was tucked in the woods a little bit. It wasn't, prominent to the outside of the woods. It was set back quite a bit from that portion. So there was some consideration for that visibility.
But both those vantage points you're pointing out to us are within the gated property of the applicant, are they not? So we're not talking about visibility from a public road.
Right.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, this would be visibility from the road now, but that won't be public once the gate locations change. Can you, as part of this, I was just asking Gretchen, can you give us, where do you stand with the ZBA? Did you do any variances, and the height was one of those, and do you think you were there last month?
Absolutely, yeah.
Give us like an update on where those discussions stand and what's going on?
Yeah, certainly. The ZBA members attended our site visit, right? They were out there with us, so everyone was there. We met with them back in June, so middle of June, and continued the discussion. The ZBA closed their public hearing, which puts them in a position to make a decision in 62 days. They typically have that decision before that time. We anticipate that in this July 16th meeting, so 2 weeks or so from now, they will have a vote on the variance. I can only give you an indication of what they thought, obviously, and we had positive feedback and anticipate a positive response from them, potentially granting variances. But we do not know that. That's speculative on my end.
But normally we continue our discussions until we've heard back from the ZBA, so I think we continue, and I would entertain the motion, I think, to close the public hearing, because I don't believe we've had any public comment at all through this process. Is anybody following what we're speaking? So, we could close the public hearing, continue our discussions until after the ZBA has made its findings. But I would offer other planning board members an option to speak tonight about anything before we proceed.
I agree with you. The resolution, July 16th.
So if they have the resolution July 16th, then we could continue this to July 21st, and pick it up at that time. Anyone else want to comment on other things they saw in the field or concerns they have?
The conservatory
there was a well, Mark, sorry, the property explained it better than I, but there was a conservatory where the present greenhouse is located, which is in a
Does not,
different location.
in my memory, this is not architecturally mimicking that at all.
It's not.
It is a modern version of the conservatory, but I don't believe, it's not what I remember, that they're making an attempt to replicate it. So this is a clean, modern, whether you like it or not, it's not an attempt to create something that was there once but isn't there now. I think that's fair to say. We have good, I mean, there are good photographs of that original conservatory. This doesn't look like it. This looks more like modern, but that's
And what about the bridge? Is that echoing anything? Why is it called the signature bridge?
because it's big.
Through the master plan process, it was undefined to its specific design and was always noted as a signature feature, mainly because it needs to span about 150 feet. And that takes a considerable structure to be able to do that. That's important to us because it goes over a wetland, a seasonal stream, a town wetland. And so that the attempt to do that was made with this structural design. But it's not echoing anything that was historically on the property or anything of that nature.
And I think by that very nature, it really represents that this is a piece in and of itself, not a part of the historic landscape district. It's something that it's really an imposition.
Well, it's an addition, just like a sculpture would be.
Or Ferncliff Nursing Home. And, is that the kind of thing that we would permit today on a historic landscape? And,
I have a question, and I offer it as someone completely not knowledgeable about the construction of bridges. As I understood what was said earlier, a bridge spanning that distance can be done in a way that it's supported from below, correct?
Very similar to the way that we had done the other trestles.
Right.
Yes.
My question is, well, if you were to do it that way, would there be greater disturbance below it than by creating it, arched at the top? See, I'm not even asking the right question, but you know where I'm going, I think.
As part of this application, we do have for what would be, these abutments,
Right.
some wetland buffer impact, which is accounted for in our plan and on our. If we were to go ahead and do additional supports, obviously that would create additional impact.
We would have to have additional supports and intrusion into that valley down below, right?
That is correct, as best as I understand the structure is.
Okay. Just trying to be able to weigh and balance the two types of construction. Is one more or less intrusive than the other? I don't know the answer, but I would ask the question. Anything else? So what I'm hearing is I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention. And now I would like a motion to put this application on the July 21st agenda for ongoing discussion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. The last public hearing for this evening is that of Rhinebeck Villas LLC, New York State Route 9G and Middle Road Site Plan, Special Use Permit and Wetlands Permit. Good evening.
Good evening, my name is Sean Kemp. I represent the applicant, Rhinebeck Villas LLC, in connection with their application to construct a hotel on 9G. This property is located on the corner of 9G and Middle Road. It's going to be a 60-bed hotel room, or a hotel. There's going to be 20 hotel rooms in 3 separate buildings, and then there's going to be an administrative building. The board may recall, we've been here a couple of times in the past couple of months, but there was an application kicking around pre-COVID that included 120 rooms, a subdivision, much more disturbance to the site. This is a scaled-down version of the plan, which is consistent, from our perspective at least, with all applicable codes. And I have with me tonight basically our entire team. We're going to hear from Skip Francis and Tyler Garrity from Creighton Manning. They're going to walk us through the actual site plan. Then we have Neil O'Connor from H2M, who's going to discuss some of the wastewater characteristics. And then we have the project architect, Rob DuPont, who will walk the board through the various designs of the buildings. So without any further ado, I'll ask Skip to come up. Tyler?
Good evening. My name is Skip Francis from Creighton Manning. I am the senior site engineer. Tyler is the site engineer for our firm. We are also, our firm represents the traffic elements of the project, and we're also a surveyor for the project. I'll touch on a few items, and Tyler will wrap up with some of the other site-related items. On the subject of water service, this being the overall site plan, the well is located out here on the right-hand side through an access road up the property into the woods. The well has been developed and it's been tested, and a drawdown pump test is performed by WSP, and they have written a report and confirmed that we can deliver the peak capacity for this project. They have also submitted this to the Dutchess County Health Department, which has approved this well as of March 2023. There is no public water supply along this route, which is why this development will be supplied by a water well. On the subject of traffic, Creighton Manning prepared a traffic impact analysis, and the site trips that were generated for this have no adverse impact to Route 9G. Those are quantified in our traffic report. They also have documented that there are sufficient site distances for the proposed driveway according to AASHTO standards for this 55-mile-an-hour operating speed of Route 9G. We have also shared this plan with New York State Region 8, and DOT themselves have confirmed that a left-hand turn lane is acceptable at this location. It is an off-site improvement that the developer will be performing separate from the site plan approval, but I want you to know that it's going that direction. Since the last time we were here, if you don't mind, Jim, jumping to C4, the next page, we've added a emergency access driveway from the property to Middle Road. It goes up between the two buildings. In the unlikely event that anything catastrophic blocks this driveway and there's another emergency back here in the property, emergency vehicles need a way to get in. And by doing so, we've provided this emergency access driveway. We have shared this with the local fire department, and they are favorable to this. We've also shared this with DOT. Both agencies have no objection to this location. Nor does DOT have the objection being so close to the highway intersection right here. It's for emergency use only. We hope it's never going to be used. There's no traffic going in and out of this or anything like that, so that does not impact traffic. We are proposing knockdown bollards or fence-style barriers to prevent vehicles from going in. In the event that an ambulance or a pumper truck needs to go, they just push up against it, it falls over, it snaps off the base, and they can roll along in. And we're proposing a surface that has a geogrid product that allows the bearing capacity for a vehicle that allows vegetation to grow through it. It'll be maintained throughout the year, mowed in the event it is needed, and snow removed in the winter time. On the subject of fire apparatus circulation, we've also added sheet C12 to this since the last time we were here, just to demonstrate that the local fire truck at its dimensions can circulate in and out through the facility. The blue pattern shows it coming in and out normally through 9G, in and then back out, and entering from the other direction, in and out. And the red pattern is an event of the emergency access that we can make these turns and make this curve and access to the driveway. So we've added that to the plans. And another thing we've done is also, we can go back to C4, please. We've added a pedestrian sidewalk from the property. There's a sidewalk throughout the internal network here, out along the boulevard driveway, and we've also run it along the frontage here over toward Four Brothers Pizza. We're talking with them. We haven't confirmed anything just yet, but it seems to be a favorable idea for everyone involved. We would propose that sidewalk over to them. The last thing I would say that Creighton Manning has done is we've also staked the 4 building corners for each of these buildings in anticipation of future site visits. I'll turn over to Tyler for just a minute to share, further discuss some of the other site features.
Good evening, Tyler Garrity with Creighton Manning. I'll just touch on some of the other site features we got. So you come in through the driveway entrance, through the boulevard, underneath the overpass of the admin building. Rob will touch more on that coming through here. Kind of simplified the parking layout for continuous circulation. That helped with the fire access, as Skip had mentioned. And we also reduced the parking count for a ratio of, I think it was 1.2 spaces per unit. And that was able to allow green space here for banked parking in the event of any overflow, as well as some snow storage. Doing the loop here with the parking allowed a nice green area for any guests or anyone who wants to kind of be out and about. It also allows landscaping in this area to kind of keep some vegetation, as well as planting islands all throughout the parking area for a nice natural look. Pedestrian circulation with sidewalks from building to building, and then on their way up to the central admin building with crosswalks for any crossing areas. Stormwater-wise, we have grading a swale through the backside here. We're maintaining this vegetated buffer along 9G. This will collect any sort of stormwater from the front entrance, and then we have catch basins throughout the car space in the parking area as well. All that runoff is collected for an underground storage system. So by allowing all the water to get below ground and into these chamber systems, we can detain the water and preserve some of the more buildable area on the site, and that kind of limits our development footprint. After traveling through the detention area, all that water will slowly release into our bioretention practice down here towards the bottom of the hill. This is a natural basin, allows the water to filter through. It's got vegetation, plantings throughout, and then that as well will slowly release back towards the wetlands as it does today. Erosion control and grading, those things will have measures along the perimeter here. We're limiting our grading to right along the edge of the buffer. There's a couple areas for our well access and things where we may need to go into the wetland buffer slightly, but there will be no disturbance to wetlands. Along that perimeter, we'll have our erosion control measures to protect along that whole perimeter, and all other measures per the New York State standards. Grading wise, we're trying to maintain existing grade kind of here along 9G. Jim, I don't know if you want to jump to just the next page here. Should be pretty. Yeah, one more, sorry. can see how the topo is pretty much north to south for the most part. Everything drains through towards the existing wetlands. So we're kind of maintaining that same pattern here. You come in up the driveway, and you have a nice gradual slope towards the back, and then we have some slopes here on the edge just to tie back in as quickly as possible, just to limit our development footprint. Overall, I think we're keeping it all kind of contained in the central area, maintaining a vegetated buffer along the edge. We have some light poles throughout for lighting the parking areas, and then some lighting bollards for pedestrian pathways. I think that kind of covers the site.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Neil Connor. I'm with H2M Architects and Engineers, and we were brought into this project in 2023 for the wastewater management treatment, and also we subsequently were brought in for wetland delineations and jurisdictional determination. I wanted to touch on, I was going to do, but I wanted to touch on that activity first. We did a updated wetland delineation this year, and submitted to DEC and got a no jurisdiction letter back on May 27th. In that jurisdictional determination and wetland delineation, we identified a intermittent stream, which is, I've been out now, that is the source of our discharge point for the wastewater treatment system. So, the initial concept for this project was to have a mounted infiltration system along the road. That concept was delivered to the Department of Health, who said they looked unfavorably on the mounted infiltration system and suggested that we look at other alternative wastewater treatment methods. We actually looked at 3 methods: mounted system, BioClear, which is their proprietary package treatment system, and the effort drone. Of those, the applicant decided to move forward with the BioClear system. We submitted a flow confirmation letter to DOH on January 27th, and in that we received confirmation of our flows, and our flows were based on design standards for intermediate size wastewater treatment systems, New York State DOT 2014. So I referenced the intermittent stream. DEC has 2 categories for surface discharge. One is to non-intermittent streams, and one is to intermittent streams. Intermittent streams have the most stringent effluent limits established, and we are going to meet and exceed those effluent limits. I can get to that further if you'd like. We submitted an application to DEC for approval of the draft speeds permit back in March. We received a comment letter from them back in May, and we are going to be reapplying to them this week for that draft speeds permit. The proposed design is a duplex E1 pump station for each individual buildings that will connect to a centralized force main discharge, or that will go to. So each building will have a E1 pump station and a singular force main that will come up to the proposed package BioClear system that will treat water to DEC standards and then discharge into this intermittent stream that is not on the map, but in approximately this location. That's the overview of the waste program.
Good evening, Board. I'm Rob DuPont, project architect. I have brought a visual aid. You've seen this before, but I'm going to pass along again. This is not an exact representation of what we're looking to do. Basically, just a massing study that shows the scale and the layout of the overall buildings. As we've discussed before, I'll just reiterate, this is a 60-room hotel. It's a hotel-motel hybrid, actually, in that there are 4 buildings total. 3 of them are used for the hotel proper, and the 1 building is an administration building with accessory support functions such as the hotel lobby, maintenance of the property, storage, utility hub in the basement, a dining facility for the guests' use only, and an accessory apartment up on the upper floor for a site manager. This first sheet here basically shows we have two different room types primarily. There's a double room and a single room, okay? Double occupancy rooms, about 360 square feet. These are gross numbers. Basically 26 feet deep, 14, we can use 15 feet as a module for the room size. That turns out to be about 360 square feet. The single room is the same module, except what we did was we pulled back the exterior facade 6 feet. These are more of a premier room. They can accommodate a king-size bed, and they'll have their own private bathrooms. Jim, if you could go to the next sheet, please. What we've done is we've done combinations of these types of rooms in each of the buildings. Each of the 3 hotel buildings is distinctive, as is shown on the model. This one here is just, basically it's the first hotel building close to the administration building, 150 feet long. At the widest part, it's 42 feet deep. That includes our exterior access corridor. It's an unenclosed corridor, but it's covered, so it doesn't count as interior square footage. And we have an egress stairwell. This is on the back side of the building, the parking lot side, because all the parking is behind the buildings. And every building has its own entrance lobby. That's why it's kind of a hybrid between hotel and motel. It's motel in that everybody has an individual entrance into their individual rooms, but it's a hotel in that there is a shared entrance lobby that's an enclosed space. That will also house our accessible elevator up to the 2nd floor, and it'll also house housekeeping and an egress stairwell for each individual building use. So the 3 buildings shown in the site plan are variations of this type. And the rooms will be varied in combination as well, which will allow the guest side facade to have an alteration of the pattern on the wall. Jim, next. For example, this is the 2nd hotel building. Because of the nature of the geometry of the site, this building is basically broken into 2 segments. This is more parallel to the 9G side. This is more parallel to what happens along the middle road side. So it sort of turns the corner and then comes to the next building, which is sort of over here. Again, similar composition. Rooms, 20 total. Entrance lobby, covered porte cochere for guest use when they're either first arriving or leaving in the event of inclement weather. Jim, next slide, please. This is the administration building. So this is basically the gateway into the project. The intent of this project is for the buildings to really not be visible from 9G from the public side, or from the residential area to the back where Hook Road is. It's heavily vegetated. We want to maintain that. So the whole idea is this building here, which really won't be very visible from 9G also, but it's going to act as a gateway. Cars will drive in, they can go under through this building, park here, check in at the lobby, and then go on to their individual rooms. So the ground floor of this building is basically guest use here. This is a lounge, vertical circulation, lobby check-in desk. Pretty common. This area here is for the maintenance of the site. So this is storage, groundskeeping, covered area for vehicle use, and this is only 1 story. 2nd floor, this is also for guest use. We have our dining room here. We intend to serve continental breakfast to all the guests, only to the guests, not only to the public. This shows the kitchen area, and we've also provided bathrooms up there as well. And then the upper floor, which is really kind of a half story, this is the accessory apartment. It's allowed by zoning for site manager. I've worked closely with Brian Tam on this to make sure that we weren't exceeding any thresholds for square footage. This is 1,000 square feet of habitable footage. It's basically a 2-bedroom apartment, suitable use for site manager. Next, Jim, please. I'll just briefly touch on this. All of the buildings are compliant with the height restrictions in the zoning ordinance. The tallest building is the administration building. From the average grade to the midpoint of the roof is 35 feet. That's the maximum that's allowed. The hotel buildings proper, they're 2-story. They're about 22 feet tall to the midpoint. Next. These renderings start to give an indication of what the exterior materials would be. What we're trying to do is to create rusticated buildings in a modern sense. We were instructed early on by the board when we first started this process in that The imagery of barns or agricultural buildings was favorable for Rhinebeck. But in looking at the design standards specifically say the designers, it's not the intent of the design standards to mimic history, right? But rather to work properly with history. So this is our administration building. This is actually the entrance facade as you drive in and go through the building. We've got clearance enough here for the largest possible vehicle to go in, and that's showing the semi-trailer, as a matter of fact. This is our lobby check-in area, which is cylindrical on the two sides, using a silo as its inspiration. This is our one-story area for the maintenance of the property and storage. This area up here is our dining room with a lot of glass towards the north. And then this is our, I mean, it kind of looks like a covered bridge, but this is our kitchen area and our bathroom room here. And then the upper floor, which is basically just dormers that pop out of the larger roof, which is standing seam metal. We'd like to use galvanized, which is similar to what Orange used, is the accessory apartment. Now, as far as the exterior materials, what I'm currently showing, and again, this is a nod to early barn construction, is vertical siding. We'd like to use a rustic siding, like a rough stone siding, in a vertical pattern. We're also integrating stone as an accent as well. So again, it nods to history, but it's not a complete copy of history. So these are the other views. This happens to be the view facing 9G. This is the view that no one will ever see. That's the view that faces inwards of the property on the west side. And then this is the view of the building from the parking lot side. So when the guests go to have breakfast up in here, this is what they'll be walking towards. Okay? And finally, Jim, last slide. Now, this is just one color representation of what a hotel building can look like. Now, this is the parking lot elevation. It's very highly articulated. We have our covered walkways, so there's a lot of relief on that side. This is our porte cochere. This is basically our lobby, two-story, and this is an accent tower type element, which is basically a light well to bring light into that lobby on both floors. This is the egress stair, which is also a projection on the side. Now, as far as the inspiration of this, what I would like to use, if it's acceptable to the board, is this will be a masonry structure. I didn't want to make it out of stone. What I would like to make it out of is actually board form concrete with a metal trellis on the outside, which we will grow plants on. Now, if anybody's looked at any of the old concrete silos in our area, they have banding around precast concrete stays. That's what that's meant to pay reverence to without mimicking it like Disney. That also shows here as well. And then this is basically the north-south side of the building. So primary hotel form here, our covered walkway, there's our egress stair, tower in the distance, and this is far in the distance, about the look on the building. And then this is the public facade. At least this is the first building that faces 9G. And as you can see, by virtue of arranging the rooms differently, we have the facade undulates in and out to break up that massing. I will tell you that in the design guides, it says any building that's longer than 60 feet, and this is 150 feet, should have a modification in the facade wall and the roof. Now, I've modified the facade wall tremendously. I have not modified the roof. It's very easy to add cupolas and dormers. I didn't know if it was really necessary by virtue of the building not being visible. I actually thought this looked more elegant, so that's why I'm proposing this. That's about it.
That's your entire presentation?
Do you want more?
No. I didn't want to step on your toes if you had another few people ready to jump up. So, Jim, I'll ask you to just bring us up to speed in your thoughts, and then I'll open it up for comment from anyone.
Most of my comments just relate back to my previous comments, which I think you had, so probably you've seen these and addressed a lot of them. We didn't talk about signs. We'll get there. I think we'll maybe do that later. There was a sign proposal with several different options submitted. I had my preference, but we'll have to talk about that. We did have listed on the site plan, and this is something I think the board has to talk about, that we don't necessarily have to come to an agreement today. one of the pages, I think it was this one, listed area for future development over here. So we do need to talk about that. What you're proposing right now for the 60-room hotel requires only 16 acres, just over 16 acres of land. The property's 30 acres of land. So if there is proposed future development here, I just think it needs to be discussed, both for the purposes of understanding what may go there and what plans there may or may not be, but also to make sure that we don't create a secret segmentation issue regarding the property in the future. So if there are future plans, we just need to touch on that, and make sure everyone on the board here is comfortable before we might go with that in the future. You got signed off from DEC. Do we need anything from Army Corps regarding the wetlands? Are we clear on that? I'm not sure where we stand.
Yeah, these would not qualify as Armed
Race
Corps.
area.
They'll need Armed Corps.
What's that?
I do not believe they need Armed
Army Corps
Corps.
approval? Okay, I thought I'd seen that somewhere. You're working with DOT, that's great, and we understand that the work on that can continue on a project of this size beyond when the planning board views things, but we do typically see things like that left-hand turn lane being shown on the plans, so obviously we'll want to take a look at what that's going to look like, and make sure that that's on the plan so it is documented when we go forward. That was part of the submission. Department of Health had issued a favorable response in January 2025, but then we did see some information, questions raised regarding the use of the kitchen and impact on the septic system, so hopefully we can touch on that, just to clarify where that stands. Your lighting plans do conform to dark sky compliance. I asked if there's a possibility to dim some of them late at night, particularly along 9G. I haven't seen that yet, but just bring that up again as a question. We did see the sign off from Chief Knapp. I think we need to talk about whether or not we need the town fire inspector to do an approval as well. That's kind of where we've been landing on the bigger projects lately. The fire inspector needs to sign off as well. You took care of the JD, so that's great. A new issue that did come up, I think we talked about this in the past, is that Dutchess County now has an aquifer law that's in existence for Dutchess County, and it covers a lot of land, so I just want to make sure if you can take a look at the aquifer law for Dutchess County, if you haven't, just make sure that there aren't any issues there. I don't believe there are, but I just want to make sure you're clear that there aren't as well. I think they're okay there. It's mostly related to toxic materials and gas and things like that. I don't think we have those. Rock removal. Definitely want to talk about how you plan on removing rock. I think there is a lot of rock on the site, so I want to talk about whether it's going to, how you're planning on dealing with that, if you anticipate rock removal, and if so, if that's going to be done through manual use or blasting or something like that. We definitely have to get into those discussions, and if it is blasting, there's specific requirements, obviously, that are required of that. You provided the update on the sidewalk segment. Again, I appreciate the fact you're providing the sidewalk segment over to Four Brothers. I think that's fantastic. Hopefully keep people from having to drive there and allow them to not have to walk on 9G to get over there. And hopefully they will go over there and utilize that business. And I think at the moment, that's really it. Just kind of clarifying a couple of the questions that I had previously. A lot of it's been addressed. And we do need to get into the sign discussion, not necessarily tonight, but we do need to do that. There are several options.
I prefer that we not get into it tonight. We've got a long list of things ahead of us, and we'll be continuing to discuss this side. This side can be deferred this evening. So I would now open it up to planning board members for questions and comments of the applicant team. Who wants to go first? Anybody?
Is reception ran 24 hours a day?
In the administrative building?
In the, where you sign in for customers?
Correct. Yeah.
The 24 hours?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Have you done a tree survey? Give us any kind of a sense of how many trees will need to be removed for this project?
Not a specific tree count, but we provide the acreage. I think that's noted in the script of acreage that needs to be cleared.
I believe we actually will need a count of any trees over 6-inch DVH that are going to be removed.
A physical count of 6 inches or greater.
To be removed.
To be removed.
To be removed.
you've obviously shown the area that's gonna be removed with the larger trees by code, and we need to be delineated on that.
And also if you're doing topographical adjustments, you know, moving soil from one place or removing rock, I'd like to know how extensive that needs to be in order to support this. How much do you need to reform the earth in order to get
So like cut and fill amounts?
to work? Thanks.
I just have thought around the facade, just to discuss a little bit, and thank you for some clarification on that. Particularly on the silo building, call it that. Just my personal thought about it, you know, like, I prefer if the wood went all the way down rather than that strip of stone under the windows. Like, it's not a foundational area. And so my personal preference, if you want the stone with the wood, would be like the silo or one area all in stone and the rest in wood, rather than having those like eye-line breaks. But that's just me from a personal preference. But I love the idea of keeping it, you know, really a nod to history, and the utilizing these natural materials, I think, is a great direction.
You did say that that would be vertical siding,
Correct.
which isn't what I normally think of as barn, like, but.
There's a lot of barns with vertical siding. In fact, if you go into these old barns, you can see through the slats, which allow for natural ventilation, depending on how the building was built. But I've been in a lot of them where it's vertical siding. That also helps to mitigate the horizontal length of the buildings by changing the orientation of the site.
Anyone?
I have to say, you know, compliment you. I like the way you've used the existing vocabulary and that rustic appearance and incorporated it into this new design. And like you say, it's not mimicking any particular building, but it has the look and feel. And I would agree with what Delise said. You know, try to rationalize that so it kind of makes sense. If this really was a stone base for a building, is there a, you know, reasonable place where it would have broken and gone to the, you know, the timber? But I like it. I think it's a good way of having it not be a motel. You know, just like your random along the side. You know, it seems like this would be an experience, and it's something that you're only going to get here in Rhinebeck, I would presume. This is not really borrowing from things that you're going to find in other parts of the country.
Well, I can't say for sure, but that is the goal. We want this place to be a cool place to stay.
Right.
Do you have comments on the actual buildings with the rooms? Any comments on
I
that?
don't right now, personally.
I didn't feel it was as complete a design as the one for the lobby building and entrance building, in terms of, because you talked about possibilities of creating, you know, different changes in elevation in the roof on this. I didn't get the sense that you were all the way there with this. Is this your final design for these?
Well, this is the final design without further input from the board. Yes.
I think it could be helpful, because the blue is supposed to mimic stone, right? These are supposed to be two different materials.
I'm having trouble reading.
No,
Oh.
that's all wood.
Oh, it's all wood. So what was the yellow versus?
So where the balconies are recessed,
Uh-huh.
right?
Oh,
The
that's.
color will change to a lighter color.
Okay.
So it won't just be a monolithic color. It'll also
So
be
it'll all
broken.
be wood, but two tones.
Correct.
And
And Elise, I was also thinking of using a more refined siding, a smoother siding, where it recesses in. So it's a little bit of a different environment. Where people are actually occupying the environment, it's a little bit more sophisticated skin. Versus on the exterior, it's more of a rustic look. But everything would be vertical and everything would be wood, and it would always be an earth tone.
I think it could be really helpful to see a proper rendering of that.
Yeah, I'd like to see a rendering, and I'd like, Is the color palette going to change from building to building?
That's what we're thinking, yes.
So I think we need more refinement in the details of these four particular unit buildings.
From what I understand, this is not within the LWRP. I think the LWRP is set back 500 feet from 9G.
It does not come to 9G.
But that segment of 9G is still considered to be a scenic
It's a
road.
gateway.
We're calling it the gateway. It's not a scenic road,
Okay.
defined scenic road, but it is the gateway into the town, which is why we've been working really hard to preserve the corridor with a more natural buffer.
I get the feeling that that entrance is really kind of heavy. It's going to be very prominent with the 2 lanes and the median and the circle. It seems like a bunch, and it might be a little bit overwhelming for the street side. There's
The mini roundabout.
there's a roundabout.
I believe, going back a couple meetings when we were having discussions about the dining area, we asked for a narrative as to how that was going to be used. Have we gotten that narrative yet?
Yes, we submitted an updated narrative. It's going to be a dining room, which is permissible by the definition of a hotel in the code. The code says that it can have a dining room that's either in the rooms or an accessory building. This is obviously going to be in an accessory building. But it's just simply a dining room that's going to serve continental breakfast only to guests. It's also going to have AV equipment in there and things of that nature if guests wanted to use it for a brief presentation or something of that nature. But it's not going to be an event space or rented out to people that are not guests, things of that nature. And it's
Only breakfast, that's the only meal that will be able to be served in the building.
well, if somebody, so there's a kitchen there, because when you look at the definition of a hotel, and like I said, it contemplates the rooms having a kitchen area, or a dining area rather, a kitchen and a dining area rather. So what this would do is that, if a guest wanted to use the kitchen, they could. But the only thing that's going to be prepared by the actual staff and made available to guests on a regular basis would be the continental breakfast. There's not going to be lunch or dinner, and it's not going to be
And no catered events.
only if a guest wanted to prepare food there and make it available to whoever might be attending their meeting, or if they're having there's guests that are visiting town, they're having a bridal shower or baby shower or something of that nature, and they wanted to congregate there, they're going to be able to do that, but it's not going to be like an event space or a catering facility, and it's only going to be for guests.
So if I'm understanding, any food preparation for people attending a bridal shower there, all of the people would be residents of the hotel rooms that would be attending the bridal shower?
That's the idea.
Okay. And they would be responsible then for cooking whatever, or preparing any sort of refreshments for that. The resident chef, if you know, the person producing the continental breakfast, would not be retained by guests to do that.
That's correct.
But it could be catered from the outside.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. He's saying no, he's saying they would prepare their own.
They could have people prepare food in the kitchen, but only guests of the hotel are permitted to use the space.
Well, she was suggesting
So-
that you could rent the rooms, decide to have a bridal shower, and hire an outside caterer to come in and
To
do
bring
it.
in the food.
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do
I'm
that.
just,
Yeah.
because it's been a discussion, I just want to clarify.
No, but I think that would be, that could happen. But the idea from the hotel's perspective is that, number one, it has to be guests using the facility, and number two, it's not going to be hotel staff that are preparing food or things of that
So
nature.
they couldn't contract with the chef of the hotel to do the catering.
That's correct.
And what is the capacity?
I think it was 70.
68 people.
68.
I did a layout and of 4 top tables. 68 people can comfortably fit in.
And did you answer the questions that were raised by the health department when they said the calculations had changed based on that newer information that has been done?
Yes, so the submission to the health department was before I was made aware of the change. Subsequent of that submission and the acceptance of the flows, we are submitting to DEC to get that draft species permit. To make the change, I decided it would be better to get that draft permit, which sets your effluent limits. And then those flows can really change based on when we get to that full design. We've changed the wastewater treatment process, but we will have to resubmit to the health department for the new flows.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about alcohol? Excuse me. Could someone who's using that facility bring in alcohol? Or
If it's permitted by law, yes. We wouldn't have a prohibition against that.
Right.
But I don't think we're contemplating getting a liquor license. We're not looking to sell alcohol or have a bar or anything like that.
I'm trying to think through circumstances where people might be staying at the hotel and they want to have an event there, and it's going to be catered by the outside firm, but they're having people join them who are not at the hotel, not staying at the hotel. From what you said, it suggested to me that that would not be permitted, but I can't imagine how you could, control it.
The policy is going to be not to permit those types of events, and, there is a policing aspect of it that can become difficult, but it would be against our policy to have those events. Where you have guests coming from off premises to use that space. So you wouldn't want a situation where it's me renting a room for a night so that I'm technically a guest, and then throwing a party where I have Delise and Sean come over and hang out.
All right.
So it would be,
If those two out, I mean, the rest of us are not invited.
No, but so the idea is that we, the policy that we're gonna have in our rules is not to have that space open for outside guests. If people are gonna come up with sneaky ways to get around that, we'll have to deal with that.
Yeah,
But that's not part of our business plan.
Some of it could be sort of natural, a family, a father and a mother and the daughter and her fiance or soon-to-be husband and some cousins rent rooms with you.
Sure.
They have family here and they want to have
So if we walk through that a little bit further, right, we do know that the dining room is permitted by code, by definition, is permitted. There's nothing in the code that says that those people wouldn't be allowed to come and join the guests. This would be a policy of the hotel. If people want to come from off-site and do that, although it would be against the policy of the hotel, I don't think it would be impermissible by code, because it's not changing the use of the dining hall or the dining room. It's still a dining room. It's not transforming it into an event space where now we're really going into like formal sit-down dinners and tables that are set with chairs and DJs.
So one would presume if someone that was a family group or whatever were staying in a hotel and wanted to have a function of their own in the space, they'd have to fill out paperwork to reserve it. You'd have to have it calendared, right? I mean, they'd have to say, gee, we're coming in and on Saturday we want to have a little bridal shower. They're going to have to request
There
that.
have to be some type of notice, correct?
They're going to have to
Yeah.
say, well, we're coming and we want to reserve the space,
Yeah.
so you don't have conflicts with multiple people just wandering in. And I would presume then that that paperwork would lay out what your business policies are regarding the use, so that when they reserve it, I'm assuming there's no fee attached to reserving it?
I don't know, I haven't gotten that in detail with the business plan, but
Yeah, there could be a fee with it, depending on how, I mean, we can get back to you on that. We're not
Well, I
renting
think
it,
I'm
we're
just
not
trying
renting
to-
it to the outside, it's not gonna be advertised as a pub,
No,
anything, yeah.
no, but I mean, obviously you have to reserve it for them, so it's ready for
Sure.
them when they come, so it's clean, so it's, you know, but I would just say that that's the place where in the paperwork you could say, here's the rules of the game.
that's for guests
You know,
only.
This is for guests only, and when you reserve it, whether you pay a fee or not, you understand upfront what the rules are.
Correct.
Unless we have a lot more here, I do want to open it up to the public for their comments.
I just had one question about the package system for the sewage disposal. The filtration on that, does it have like a tertiary filtration? Or does it just do primary, secondary, chlorinate it, dump it into Rhinebeck Hill?
The specifics, I'd have to get back to you on it, I'm project manager, but it has UV disinfection, primary, secondary, I'd have to see about
Okay.
tertiary.
So I know some of the concerns that have come up with recent applications are for microplastics and also pharmaceuticals. And from just having looked into it, it seems like sand filtration is, you know, really kind of the gold standard, one of the reasons why we put things into the earth. But there are some fabric filtration systems that do a little bit of a better job than others.
This is not a sand system, it's a fabric system.
Okay, so I would be interested in those details when this comes back around.
And we expect to see a complete landscape plan, right?
Yes. Right, John? Complete landscape plan?
That's to be submitted, that has not been submitted.
Right, and that will take into consideration the request for the tree survey.
We can incorporate that into that plan. Absolutely.
Anything major outstanding before I open it to the public? All right, is there anyone here from the public that wishes to make comment on this application? Yes, please.
Catherine Clark, 60 Lemon Lane. And I'm happy to see where this has gone from. I happen to see the submission in '23, so I'm happy to see the direction it's gone. I am concerned about traffic and the impact in the neighborhood. I'm also concerned about the whole western portion of the property and the indication that there might be future development. And if this were to go forward, I think it shouldn't go forward without some limitations on that and some indication of what's going to happen on that part of the property. It's like scaled down, it needs to feel feasible. But again, I still have lots of considerations about traffic and water use, which we didn't talk about at all in terms of what happens to all the other surrounding people who have wells and everything, since there's no public water in that area. I think you've done some studies, but we never really have that detail. And are you willing to accept comments after tonight's meeting?
Yes, we'll continue the public hearing, and comments can be made in person. We've received several, at least 2 letters that I'm aware of.
Okay, because I'd like to look at things in more detail, and I can send you a letter.
Yeah, you can send a letter, and like I said, I believe you received the comment letters we've already received. Have they been passed on, Gretchen?
Yes.
So you have
We
those.
received some letters and we welcome them.
Is there anything
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just as a reminder, all project materials are on the website. If you go to the planning board page, you can link to all the money of the project.
I did look at some of them, but obviously there were quite a few, and I didn't look at all of them. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Sit for a while.
Yeah, me too. Me as well. And you get to go before we do.
Yeah, I know it's late, so I have a lot of questions, but I'll just keep it to a couple for now.
Do you happen to be one of the people who submitted your comments?
I did.
Okay, and your name is?
Christopher Cathcart.
Okay.
22 Kendon. Gentlemen, thank you for the presentation, very good. I am there, I'm right there. Okay. So I just want to make sure you guys understand a couple of things. First, in the winter, you can see my house clearly from 9G when you drive by. Okay, so it's heavily vegetated. I feel really bad. I'm like, got my back to you guys. It's heavily vegetated, but in the fall and the winter, there's a clear view from 9G right up to my house. Okay? Which means you're going to see that waste treatment plant, unless there's some other screening or something that's put in place. Okay. So I think you need to be a little bit concerned about this. It's a scenic overlay district. I think that's what we call this part of 9G, less than 200-foot setback. And people coming into Rhinebeck, southbound on 9G, I don't think you want the first monument that they see is this gigantic steel structure sitting up on the hill. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is regarding the fire equipment, emergency equipment access. I could be completely wrong about this. I'm not an expert on fire code, but I believe New York State fire code under Section 503, which towns cannot put away from a place where you can't grant a variance for, say that emergency equipment have to have access to any structures on the property, including waste. They specifically call out waste treatment plants. And I also believe that that backup generator, what kind of fuel are we using for the generator? You know, diesel?
I don't think we've discussed whether it would be diesel or propane.
Okay. Regardless, there's a volatile, flammable fuel that's going to be stored on site in that location. I don't know if the fire chief here considered that or not, but according to my reading, that access road has to be able to support, fire equipment to get up there in case there's a fire or a problem with the generator or the sewage treatment.
Well, we did indicate previously this evening that we would be asking the fire inspector for the town to take a look at this as well.
Okay.
As well as the fire department.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be an alarmist or anything, but there's a lot, there's a lot of tinder up there in the woods, right? And God forbid if there was a fire at that equipment, it could get out of control very quickly. All right. So that was one of my primary concerns. We'll get more into the sewage treatment plan, the secondary and tertiary, things that we need. I was a little bit confused about the discharge location because I thought there was a culvert right behind Four Brothers that this thing was going to discharge into. I don't know where the pointer is. Yeah.
Second button down.
Okay. I thought the discharge was down here somewhere into this, and it was going to flow this way. When you were here, you indicated it was going to be going this way, which...
Yeah, I might have had my bearings wrong. So the discharge is going to be, you're right, there's this, I believe it's an existing culvert here.
There is, yeah.
And then the flow goes from the bottom right of the screen to the top left of the screen. So the discharge would be into, hopefully the shortest run from our plant to the stream, and then that flow would go.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so my only point about that, and depending on what ends up happening with this, fire or emergency equipment issue in that access road, there may be a recommendation to move that treatment plant somewhere else on the site. And if you did that, your discharge could end up being a lot closer to the ultimate place where it ends up, because this is all going to flow this way, right? The closer you can get over to this end of the property, the more you avoid the potential for groundwater contamination to other residents, including myself and my neighbors. Okay, because you're covering a lot of ground area with the discharge the way it is right now, and as much as you can mitigate that and move the equipment further to the final destination point, I think it lowers the risk. Okay, so that's another thing. The final thing I've got one question and one last comment. The comment is on the dining facility or that event area or whatever you're going to call it. I think the only problem might be with parking, because even though you say it's restricted to guests only, I don't think the code allows you to make that exclusion I think the parking design's got to take into account other people using that space, whether they're invited in by people staying at the hotel or whatever. You're kind of at the bare minimum right now with parking, 72 spaces for that size hotel. And what could end up happening is if you have other people coming in, you use the example of like, the motorcycle tour that might happen every year. We don't want people parking along Route 9 if they run out of spaces on the site. So I think my suggestion respectfully to the board is consider a more comprehensive parking analysis based on that. And the question that I have, I think this was mentioned in passing a while ago, are there going to be walking trails as part of the, features or facilities as well?
So that was an idea that was floated by a board member.
Okay.
And we took it into consideration, but there's been no decision in that regard. I think I noted in your letter that you might have objected to the idea of people kind of wandering maybe off the trail into your property.
Right.
And we're very mindful of that. So if that's not something that is a big selling point to guests, and it's not something that the neighboring properties really care for, that's not something that we have a real big.
Okay, we would appreciate that.
Yeah.
By the way, unless you're going to get into the the Lyme disease remediation business, you don't want people walking through those woods. It's packed with ticks. And that was going to be my point. Like the minute you open it up for people wandering around the property, you're going to get into like ADA issues in New York State. They're going to require ADA trails, and we're very concerned about security and privacy. Again, back to the point about in the winter with less vegetation, less leaves on the trees, I guarantee the neighbors are going to see these buildings. Okay, they're going to from their homes, right? So we're really trying to do is mitigate as much the impact of privacy, impact to valuation, of our homes, and security. Okay, and obviously the quality of our drinking water. Okay.
And I think that those are all valid, reasonable concerns, and the team had reviewed some of the letters that we received, and I think the other letter brought up some reasonable concerns as well, and we're mindful of that. And I think, just so that you know, part of the process is for us to come up with the best project possible for Rhinebeck. So when for instance, the walking trail idea, we're going to consider all ideas. We're going to take all comments into consideration in order to help deliver the best project possible, not just for the applicant, but for the neighbors too. So it's something that we're mindful of, and we do appreciate your comments.
Okay, great. And you guys know where to find us if you ever want to chat. It doesn't have to be in the confines of this building.
I agree 100%.
All right?
Yeah,
Okay,
very
good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when you're developing the landscape plan, I would encourage you to take into consideration any reasonable feeling between the property and the neighbors, particularly as they're talking about
Sure. And specifically, I think that we did at a previous meeting mention that we were planning to put screening around the wastewater treatment facility.
Okay. Sir, do you know offhand how many individual properties are adjacent to this? How many neighbors do you have that will be affected just in general?
So I can go right through them for you. There's me, right? There's Paul and Annie next to me. This is a rental property. I'm not really familiar with who they are. This is also a renter. This is Fred and Penny, who are here.
I think the people right next door there, they don't rent.
Yeah. She owns it?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Haven't talked to her. And then this is Gary. He owns Gary's Deli. So I don't think he's here tonight.
Gary Trumpy.
Yeah. He was very concerned about the discharge from the
What I'm going to
it goes
say,
right through here.
what I'm going to just say has happened in the past with applications that are this big and this complicated. Occasionally the applicant has scheduled a meeting with neighbors to bring them on to show them from your perspective what's being proposed. If you would find that to be helpful, that's a discussion you could have
Yeah.
with the surrounding neighbors. It sometimes allows them to ask questions in the field that they can't really visualize here. And we have found it has to be helpful.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. And I think it's a good idea for the stakeholders, not only to be able to have the discussion in this context, but as Mr. Kapler said, outside of this is also very helpful too. So you have to sit at the table and understand what our thinking is. The applicant is from Rhinebeck. It's not some huge, outside company that's coming in that's looking to,
They can meet at Four Brothers. Yeah, but
perfect.
I'm
Maybe we
just-
can finally finalize the sidewalk plans.
Work it out, but there's no getting around the fact that this is a big change in a local neighborhood. And so the more that you can invite the neighbors in to have this one-on-one conversation with you, the more I think they get their questions answered right away. So
I agree.
if you guys can make that work, we don't have to be there, but anything else tonight?
It's like, I'm Penny Levine. I live on 23 Hook Road, so I'm right behind that. And yeah, we're concerned about a big hotel right there. It's been a very quiet, wild neighborhood. I have
What?
I mean, bobcats, deer, foxes, and I'm concerned about traffic and water and sight lines and noise and light.
Okay.
And you also submitted a letter, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Do we need to, we have not scheduled a site visit, correct?
A while.
What do we want to do about that?
I think we said that there was concern we couldn't access much of the site because of the vegetation, and they can't manipulate it at this point. Is that right?
Well, I think the idea was that we could schedule the site visit. There is a significant amount of growth, and then we would discuss possibly having somebody go in and just trim a little path so that you could get around more easily. I think that if you were to wait until the leaves were off, that would put us pretty far behind the
Right.
progress that we made. But we can make those arrangements, and I could discuss that with somebody offline when we're scheduling the site visit itself, as far as, it's not to go in and do clear cutting or anything like that, but just so that people could walk safely.
Right. Well, I'm kind of inclined to go one more month and then see where you are with your further development of this and schedule it at that time.
Okay.
And also, at the same time, we have in the past invited neighbors into those site visits as well. So it may be a combination of things. Okay? Sure. So if there's nothing else, I would like to entertain a motion to continue the public hearing.
So move we do that.
Second. I have a motion and a second, and that would be to the August 4th meeting. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got a lot of new information this evening, and I think so.
Thank you.
That concludes, mercifully, the public hearing portion of this evening's meeting. And now we're going to be going into the ZBA referrals. And I know Tim is just going to be able to slide us right through these. Thank you, everybody. The first up ZBA referral is that of Dove's Nest, 102 Southlands Drive. This is
More addition on 9/11.
This is for a solar installation.
I really appreciate it.
We just had it on. That's fine.
What are we doing?
Dove's Nest, 102 Southlands Drive, ZBA referral.
trying to find.
Sorry.
the plans I can show you.
I have none of that.
This huge thing.
Well, actually, if you was. You're driving down all that, there's like.
All right, Dove's Nest, pay attention.
That's.
All right, so Dove's Nest is a proposal for solar panels on a piece of property that is above Southlands, off Southlands Drive. They are proposing to, they need a 125-foot variance from the side yard setback and a 175-foot variance from the front yard setback to place the solar panels in this field, which I can show you on.
Doesn't that have to come to the board, to this board?
It-
They have chosen, for some reason, it's not common, to go before the zoning board of appeals first. Don't know why. Normally, they run them concurrently, but in this case, they've not. Which is why you're seeing it now for the first time.
So we've only seen a pre-con for this. It hasn't come before the board. It is this piece of property, and the proposal is for the solar panels to be kind of down in here in the open field. The house is back here at the back of the site. So the proposal is to put the panels here. They're looking for variances from the front yard and side yard setback. As you can see, this is the front yard. It's kind of a flag lot, right, coming in off of 9. So this is their front yard, this is their side yard, and I want to put it right here, kind of along the tree line. Off the edge. The utility line also runs through here, so the interconnect to that is relatively close.
Why do they need a variance? It seems like they have
Because
so
it's
much
in front
room.
of the house.
Because it's in front of the house, and they need front yard and side yard setbacks.
Oh,
This is their front lot line, this is the rear, even though it's set way back from the road, this is their front lot line.
yeah.
And they're proposing to put it right here. So they don't meet the setback requirements.
Oh, they're far enough away from their property lines. It's just the issue of.
No, they're not far enough away from the property lines. They want to put it right here, and it's not set far enough back. So they need a variance for the front yard setback and the side yard setback. It is also located in front of the principal structure. I don't necessarily see that as an issue per se. The structure's back here in the trees. There's not a whole lot of clearing back where we put them. But it does put it out in this field, which is right next to Southlands, which is obviously an active parcel. You guys know a lot better than I do. It is set well in from the road. I don't know how much you see it from there. There is a tree line here. I think some planting maybe put over there. So they're about 1,200 feet into the property, but again, the way the property is set, they need the variances.
They will be clearly visible from Southlands. A portion of which has a scenic method easement.
I don't understand why they can't move it further back into their property, and why they would go for a variance to have it close to the property line.
So if they moved it, back further into the field,
Yeah.
I guess it could potentially make it more visible depending on where you are. If they put it over here, again, the utility line essentially runs, I think, right along here to the house. And they have to connect into it somehow. So if you're not connecting into it, on your meter at the house, they have to connect into it, I think, through its own meter.
I'm not saying they have to move it, just don't have it jammed right up against the property line.
Well, I think making those questions, precisely the questions you're asking, came up in our pre-application meeting with them. We raised the issue of why does it have to be right there? Why do you have a lot of property? Why can't it be in a more, and less intrusive to your adjacent property owner? And they come back with the same thing. So I would feel very comfortable in our referral, asking, just saying that the board is interested in understanding why it needs to be in this location, and if it could be in a more, less intrusive location to the neighbor. We want the zoning board of appeals to look at that.
Yeah, it's not just one neighbor, there are a couple of neighbors.
Also some usage, maybe why not solar, like roof mounted, like for the house?
It looks like there's a lot of trees by the house though. The only question I have is like, if we were to hypothetically say like, oh, we think this is a good location, it hasn't come before us yet, you go out for a site visit and you're like, this is a terrible location. It's like we're working backwards. We haven't been there to really give an accurate assessment of our opinion. But I think following up with at least a question of why this location gives some context, but I think it's hard to answer.
Well, you can certainly also say to the zoning board of appeals that this feels like an uncomfortable order to you. That, you know, the planning board is being asked, normally we've had an opportunity to see it at this board before we give any kind of advice to the zoning
And
board.
perhaps we could hold their decision until we've had an opportunity to review.
Well, that would
and do a
require
site
them
visit.
to then make an application to this board,
Yeah.
right? Because they have not yet done that. I think we should include those things in this.
Right.
I know this property because it's right behind my house. And the other thing I would point out, just so you're aware of it, is that what shows in that yellow line, the driveway there is not Southlands. That driveway is owned by the property. So, just because it's an unusual factor.
It's owned by the property?
Yes.
So that's why when I went for a walk along at one time, guys in pickup trucks stopped and stared at me.
Was that mine?
No, it definitely wasn't.
Yeah, well,
I thought it was a road.
It is the original drive to Glenburn, which is the property down in back. I'll share the story later, but people in trucks on the road, but because it's unusual and you would not think that it was their road, but it is their road. And so Southlands has either an easement or a shared drive arrangement.
Is it a residence or is it a complex?
It is a single-family dwelling with a carriage barn that's been converted with some guest facilities and a pool it's a very large historic property. It actually
Is it the
goes
whole
all the way down to Mill Road South to where that bridge is cut out, and there's an
Right.
entrance down there that also gets you up to Daytop. Correct.
Is this the Bull and Downs
Yes.
property? Okay.
So it sounds like the response would be finding the requested work to install solar panels raises concerns related to variances, raising the question of why is it against the property line, could they consider other location options that are less intrusive to the neighbors. This has not yet come to the planning board to be able to assess it in full, and asking if they could potentially hold the decision until later when the planning board has had the ability to fully review it.
Excellent.
I like it.
Yep. Motion?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention. The Bottle Shop, 6815 Route 9.
Alright. So the bottle shop is an existing use in Astor Square. For this one, I'll bring up the memo. Maybe just look at what I provided. They're applying for variances from the sign regulations for use in Astor Square. 6 square feet is permitted. The signage proposal is for 18.5 square feet. Only one sign is permitted, 3 are proposed. The variance is for 12.5 square feet to install the 3 signs. One on the back door of the shop to match the sign on the front door of the shop, and signage that would be on the front and back doors. The front door lists the hours of operation. The back door includes wording encouraging customers to use the front entrance. The sign itself is 50 by 15.5 single-sided. I took a look at this compared to the other sign that we reviewed. As you know, we talked about this with Brian. We wanted to see a master plan developed for the square. It hasn't been done yet. It has been a discussion that's come up. I do think it's generally consistent with the signage master plan concept. We did previously provide for the sign that was Encore Hair, which was more of a white or grayish background. This is a bright blue. So the only thing that I noted in terms of the difference of the sign itself, not the things in the door, is that this sign would be bright blue, where the other one is a little more muted in terms of the background color. I don't know if that is an issue for the board or not. And just noted again that we talked with the zoning administrator about creating that signage master plan. I'd like to see that happen and be involved in that. process. So I didn't know if you find that the sign is appropriate for Astor Square, if you have an issue with the background or anything on the doors. I think generally it is consistent with what we're trying to do, which is to allow those uses, essentially a wall sign and some signage in the doors.
I'm confused about the doors.
I was at the ZBA meeting, and they have 2 door accesses to the space, one of which is not operational because I think she said there's like shelving or something in front of it. But then they actually have another door because their storage room is accessed from outside.
But the public wouldn't need to access through there, right?
They wouldn't, but what she was, my recollection was there could be confusion from the exterior. She also showed pictures. My takeaway was that it didn't feel overwhelming from what I saw in the presentation, and I think they're already there.
Right.
That's there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think the
That's
signs on the
it.
door are there too.
I just don't even notice that other door on the back.
I think you probably only notice it if you're in those back, like almost where the Allstate or what the insurance company. If you're back
Yeah,
in
the
that little
courtyard there,
the whole
yeah.
like square, it's probably the only place you can ever see it.
Is there a simpler way to, I mean, I would never think of going in there as a customer.
I feel the thing that stands out to me on this is the just the consistency in signs already being jumbled a little bit, like the size. I mean, they're already there, so it's like, I don't know, it'd be nice if there's some kind of consistency, but like I'd hate to make them go through an expense to reduce the size of the
You're
board.
talking about the blue sign
Oh, yeah.
consistency or overall?
Well, just like the other one we approved was 42 by 10, this is 50 by 15. It'd just be nice if, the sooner that we could try to come up with some kind of consistency, the better for this property. Because I'm assuming we're gonna see the rest of the businesses that are in there in front of us.
So, I mean, if we were looking at this without the sign already being in place,
Yeah.
you might be arguing that it matched the
Let's
size.
just match the size of the existing, I'd hate for this company to have to go through the expense of that. I think that'd be unfair, and I don't think, but it'd be really nice if maybe the landlord could start going forward and saying, if your sign size is X, I know there has to be a law or something in place to do that, but.
Well, it's fine. I mean, we could, Brian is supposed to be working on this overall master plan. Certainly, it's not impossible for Ryan to send something to every occupant of a space saying, before you add any new signs, please confirm with us because we're trying to get some standardization. Then you would prevent this from happening, which is like too big.
I think it's really important. They replaced the sign that was there, the size, and that's part of, we run into this problem, is because people go to replace it, it's like, oh, it was already there, and then, but I don't personally think it's reasonable to make them remake their sign. It's a really costly thing, and, you know, part of us as a town is, you know, we need to communicate a little better with that process, so I think a letter would be good, but I'm okay with them keeping it.
It's 8 inches longer and 5 inches higher. So it's not insignificant, but it's not massive.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And then honestly, until you put it out, I didn't notice it was bigger or smaller than the other one, you know, until they're next to each other. I'm just suggesting that because the property has quite a few vacancies right now. So it's probably, you know, and I'm assuming eventually something's gonna go in there, so it'd be good to, if there's some kind of communication, especially on the landlord side.
I just ask them to, ask the ZBA to really question them about how much signage is needed on that door that's very little used. If there's any room for compromise, it might be simpler, huh?
I think that one directs them to go to the other door,
Correct.
right?
Yeah. It does. That's
Because it's a separate door completely, they have to leave to go into their storage.
Yeah, but that's, and I'm just trying to, you know, it's like, stop. It's kind of a lot of words.
Yeah, just use other door, like,
Something as simple as we can make it, you know.
If it's already.
Not for public access?
If it's already existing though, I don't know if it is.
Oh, it's already on all of them?
My assumption, like, that might be a false assumption.
I think she said they're all there.
Okay, well, let's just try and I mean, I'm okay with what the zoning board of appeals using their judgment, but maybe just get in a plug there for we want to continue to encourage, you know, a plan developed
Yeah.
for the property.
And I don't know if there's any way that the current landlord, obviously she's in control of who's going to these, and just make sure they're referred, you know, prior, just to help this
I
process.
don't know, and it's a good question. I haven't heard from Ryan that he's speaking directly with the landlord. Do you know?
I mean, he did, when we were talking about the master plan, it would have to be in conjunction, but that was several months ago. I haven't heard anything since. I don't know where that's at.
Can we have a motion?
So
Okay,
moved.
Second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Christoph Wojcicka. Jim, what do we got here?
Christoph Wodicko and Eva Herabez is the applicant. Wodicko is the owner. They constructed a shed on the property that includes electricity and is within the rear setback on the parcel. It's the corner of Pells Road and Harder Lane, which is long and narrow. The existing home is located only 11 and a half feet approximately from the property line. The location of this is 9 feet, 7 inches from the rear lot line, where 30 feet is required. Thus, a variance of 20 and a half feet is necessary. I can bring up the info for this one. So this is the property. It's kind of a long and narrow parcel. You can see the building envelope here outlined. This is the existing house. The shed is right here, so it's completely inside of the setback area. The shed appears to generally be in line at the edge of the house closest to the parcel line, right here, sort of in general. It is obviously, you know, closer to the parcel line because of the angle, you know, the way that it goes. This is the driveway that goes back to the house back here. The nearest house is somewhere down here, past that driveway. So.
Are there any planning issues on this?
Only, you know, it's behind the house, so you really don't see it from Pells Road. You really don't see it from Harder Lane. I mean, obviously, you could, you know, if you're coming up the road here and look up this way. But generally speaking, it's behind the house. They did show some pictures, which I could pull up if you wanted to, which might have been the application, that showed that the topography kind of slopes up over here, so if they were to put it here, they may have to do some more grading and some other things, and of course, this is already in place.
Yeah.
So they're asking for.
I think we should have the ZBA use their own judgment on this.
And then what'd you say, I'm sorry?
I think we should ask the ZBA to use their own good judgment on this.
I also was at this file, and I also live on Pells Road. You do see it on Pells Road, but the structure's there. They didn't know that they weren't supposed to do it. It's not super invasive. There's not a lot of places to put it. The only comment I would make, which my husband pointed out during the meeting, is it's supposed to be for storage, for art, but given the glass windows that are very high, I think there might be making art in there. Because why would you need high windows if you're storing art?
You want the opposite.
You want the opposite, so I do think there's some use to it, but from a location standpoint, I don't think it's bothering any of the neighbors. You see it a little from the road, but it's not super invasive, and I don't think there's any other place for it.
And it was supposed to be 144 square feet, which it wouldn't mean to come to anything then, but they found that they had the electric, which sent them back.
Would you want to, do you want to encourage the ZBA to confirm the use?
I don't think it can hurt. I mean, again, it's already there, but I think it's unlikely it's just storage, just because of the glass location when it comes to art.
Motion? Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
So it's use their own judgment, but maybe confirm it's just used for storage?
Sure.
Jennifer Joffer, 247 Cedar Heights Road.
That's supposed to be Joseph Berg, sorry.
Joseph Berg.
Joseph Berg?
Joseph Berg, okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Okay. This one. This one is a proposal for a new in-ground, the pool with a deck around it and a proposed cabana that would be attached to the deck, which is in front of the house, which is why they're coming in to the planning board. So it is between the house and Cedar Heights Road. And this is, what we're looking at. It's pretty big. These are pools. So this is the pool, which is 40 by 20. And then you have another deck, which is 34 and a half by 60 by another 34 and a half. And then the cabana here with some storage, sinks, I think a washroom, outdoor shower over here, and a toilet. But it doesn't have real sides. Interesting part of this is the cabana, the way things are done, I guess it's kind of up from the pool. But this is the angle they're looking at. They'll be putting screens down between these, kind of full slats. It would be partial walls, although you have a door here, so you go in the door and there's essentially be a modified screen house with a roof.
Now this too is already constructed?
They started.
They started, I think.
Pool and the deck, yeah.
Right, they got the permit for the pool, so they wanted to tear the deck out. I believe they got the permit to replace the pool, but not to do anything for the deck, and then came back and said, we do want to do the deck after all, so.
Yeah, I believe,
I think she started doing the deck or something and said she didn't know.
So
let me just say that, if I'm remembering correctly, could be wrong, the zoning administrator indicated that when this was first presented to him, this was to be a replacement in kind of a pool. And that he was okay with that and stressed that making it bigger in any way, shape, or form by a pool surround or anything else was not acceptable. So I'm under the impression that it was very clear from the beginning that this is the parameters of what you're allowed to do without going through a whole lengthy process. He was trying to facilitate the request by clearly defining what the parameters of the work could be. Whether she started it or not started it, the game's kind of changed here. So, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's right, and I put in here that I think that the accessory structures might require planning board review and approval because it's within that wetland boundary, the wetland buffer, because she moved everything. It does say replacement in kind, but usually it's like an immediate, approval. You get approval to replace everything in kind. It's a little bit of a tricky situation. I can't make that call. Maybe Brian did, but like I say, I know he approved the pool. I don't know that he approved the deck, so that's why they are in. It's a 500 square foot cabana, 1,090 square foot deck, and 800 square foot pool for a total of 2,390 square feet. I did look at it from an aerial. I mean, it's way up the hill behind a lot of trees. It's not right near the road, but it is substantial and it obviously requires.
Well, just because it's.
But my input on this is much smaller structures, because they are in front, we said no. I mean, this is pretty massive.
I think it needs review. I think the zoning board of appeals should not move forward with this until we've determined whether it should or should not be before the planning board.
I agree.
Well,
100%.
but only because of the wetland, is that correct?
No, because it's in front of the house, the size of the
planning
building for
board
square
doesn't deal with
footage.
that.
The square footage cannot exceed, because it'd be considered an auxiliary building, right?
Well, I'm not suggesting that we have the right answer. I'm
Yeah,
just
but I'm just
suggesting
saying, but it should,
that we would like the zoning board of appeals to not make a determination until we've had a chance to look more carefully
At the planning.
at any planning issues that may or may not exist. So I'm not trying to prejudge, are they there? But I think we need more time to ask those questions. And to confirm with Brian what exactly the conversations were and what he shared. If for example, he told this applicant, if you go beyond the pool, you're gonna have to go before the plan. I don't know what he said.
Why would they have to come before the planning board?
This is a wetland.
Okay, that's what I understand.
I mean, it's certainly, so this is the wetland boundary. Right? I mean, they're showing it on the map right here. This is the wetland boundary. I mean, it's right there. And typically anything within, any disturbance within 100 feet, we would take a look at. Now, again, if this is being rebuilt, within the existing footprint of what was already disturbed, and it was, say, they're just replacing a deck that was there, and this was all there, then I would say it's replacement in kind, and that usually means you just need a building permit. But this one, because they took the deck down, typically if you take a house down, if you leave the walls up, you can go back and meet it with just a building permit, right? If you take the walls down, we start looking from scratch. I'm not entirely sure where we stand with this, but it kind of feels like everything was removed, and therefore it's sort of more of a new application than a redo. But again, I think we need to get a little more clarification.
Also, there wasn't a cabana.
My understanding is just a deck.
Yes.
I do think we need just a little more clarification on what was there and what was removed, because I could be wrong, but I recall she's showing pictures of things with duct tape and leaving parts that could be just built upon. And maybe all of that's wrong, but I just want clarification of what was removed, the scale of what was there, and the scale of what exists today.
So we're saying that we would like the zoning board of appeals to not make a determination on this until more information's been made available, and the planning board's had a chance to determine whether or not the wetland issue is significant, whatever, right?
And for whatever it's worth, which wetlands or wetlands doesn't matter, it is very high above the wetlands, and my property borders hers. You cannot see it from any location, but wetlands have to be protected, so.
Okay. So we're clear on the parameters of this referral?
Yeah.
You have a motion?
So,
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The last ZBA referral is that Alexander Napolitano, 1094 Route 308.
I'm going to accuse myself from that count. Shall I go over there?
There's no.
Okay.
We'll consider yourself. Denise has requested to be recused.
So
this has come up, so the fact that we're using this is ridiculous. It's always been a restaurant or a bar for 75 years or 100 years. The reality is that they want it to stay a restaurant. I don't know why this isn't in front of us again.
You don't know why what?
Why it's even in front of us again. It's been a restaurant bar since this town was started.
Just because of the zoning law, that's all.
Yeah, no, I know, but like, the rigmarole of this and the cost is ridiculous. I don't see any issues with this, as I've been very outspoken in this last 10 seconds, so.
Well,
what is the issue?
Well, what's in front of us is whether or not it can be used as a restaurant.
Well,
So-
that's a question with the ZBA, and that they're fully competent to know
So
what
is this
the
your-
law is,
so
what the
you want to
rules are
say
for use
This
variances.
is a matter of, okay.
Yeah, and that, they gave it that 2 years ago again, in the process of this, interface.
So my essentially I'm saying what you guys are all saying, which is this request is to reinstate a restaurant use in a residential zoning district. It's not permitted use. There are no code issues in the RC5 regulations from which we can provide additional guidance or considerations to the planning board. It's a use request, a use variance request. So
Yeah.
defer to you for any comments, but essentially I think this one's on the ZBA to make a decision as the ZBA, because there's really nothing in my opinion, for you to go on for making a decision.
I agree.
Because they're looking to do a use that isn't permitted by code.
Okay.
Did you make that motion?
So moved.
Thankful.
And I just add, look at the history of use of this building over the last 800 years.
It started as
yeah, second.
the beginning of time, now it's 800.
Second.
Adam and Eve operated.
Yeah, I know.
Here you go.
They're serving apples there.
Doesn't seem to have a lot of success as a restaurant, but.
Yeah.
That's a different issue, and it's not ours. So I have a motion and a second. All those in
Yes.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Denise is now back. We have two other things very quickly. Timeline extension request and project status update from Grassier House.
Do you want to do that or do you want to go first?
Oh,
Lower side of Wall Street to the south.
I don't care which one it is.
I want to do Winnicky sign first, just because I think the
Okay.
It's in keeping with all the discussions we just had with all the ZBA, but this one's from the zoning administrator. So Winnicke Land Trust actually owns, or whatever runs, Drayton Grant Park at Burger Hill. They want to replace the existing sign that's there with the white sign that you see here. The existing sign, actually not here, it's in my memo. The existing sign is dark green with white lettering, and what they want to replace it with is this bright white sign with green, blue, and green and light blue colors. They also want to do a 42 by 30 double-sided sign, which is 8.75 square feet per side for 17.5 feet in total, in the RC5 zoning district, which is the same size as what was previously approved in 2022, but it is not conforming. The current sign is not conforming, other than a billboard, and is subject to regulations of the code now as we move forward. The lettering and logo appears to me to cover more than 60% of the sign area, which would require another variance from the ZBA. I believe the white sign background with the blue-green logo is much more visible than what is up there today. I can look it up on Google if you want to see it, but it's really up to you how you would like to respond. I'm sure I can bring this up.
It's not a very elegant sign.
I just do it, any idea, I mean, they're really making a kind of rebranding, the aesthetic is very different. Is there something driving that?
Yeah, I think a lot of people drive by, miss it.
I don't find it exciting. I find it like stark and.
Well, but the thing is a lot of people on 9G, right, all of a sudden slam on their brakes because they don't see it. The entrance, especially if you're coming from this would be the north, it just comes up on you, and I use, both Eve and I do a lot of walking there, and you get a lot of traffic situations because it's not very clear coming from the north where it's at. You don't even notice. The sign it's there, just as kind of like in the background.
So it's, first of all, if I heard Jim correctly, it's too big.
Well, it's the same as what's there, but it is too big. It's been there for a long time. They're proposing to essentially replace it in kind, but it doesn't meet the current.
I think there's also a warning sign upstream that shows the T intersection and it says park. And even though it doesn't say Drayton Hall Park, or Burger Hill, you know that it's coming, you know, to look for it.
Kind of like the one you're referring to.
If they want it to be brighter, like that's not actually what I dislike most, it's just so wordy. There's so many words on it.
Or the words are so big.
It's just like, it's almost like you might miss it because there's so many words, you don't know what you're trying to read.
Right.
Like it would be nice if it was just simpler. Kind of like the older one, but the color's different.
Well, the interesting thing to me too is what's more prominent on the sign is not the park.
Exactly, that's what I
But
mean.
it's Winnicke.
Right.
And for me, that's almost backwards. It's like if you want me to know there's a park here, I want to see the park big and brought to you by Winnicke.
Exactly.
That's the sign, similar to the signs they posted up all over the road by Blood Trail. They're definitely like starting to brand the ownership of land a little bit, which is like, I get it, but I guess back to your point, it'd be really nice if it said like Burger Hill by Winnicke Land Trust, or something like.
Exactly, because that's, I mean, what does everybody call it?
Burger Hill.
Burger Hill.
Right.
But it's like, you gotta read the whole sign to get down to where it says Burger
But
Hill.
I don't know what's in our purview to say here.
Well, we just said.
This is back to this is back to the zoning administrator. It's not a ZBA referral.
Okay.
I think it may need ZBA, but that'll be Brian's determination.
Well, those are my concerns and my reservations about the sign as it is. I think, I could even go along with grandfathering the size if I thought it was a really tastefully well done sign promoting what it's supposed to be promoting.
Right.
And I don't think it does.
I agree, it's a little busy for something that's non-conforming, that, you know, it's a replacement of something that was more subdued and more justifiably, you know, the size that
And I
it is.
take Tom's point, you know, you want to know there's park there and you arrive at the park, but the Winnicky thing just throws me off in terms of, you know, welcome to Winnicky land.
It doesn't even look professionally done.
It's not great. I'm trying to set aside personal aesthetics, but the other things are problematic for me, like Burger Hill. If somebody's driving, they want to find Burger Hill. You know, that's what you're promoting, and that's what I want to see stand out on the sign, that you've arrived at Burger Hill.
I mean, if I was driving past it from out of town, I would think that this is a Winnicky Land Trust office.
Yeah,
to be
right,
honest.
yeah.
It almost
It's
looks like a
very
business
commercial.
card
It's
over
more
a
of a
sign.
commercial building sign,
Yeah.
and because it's on top, it makes you feel like this is the Land Trust building, and it
Yeah.
happens to be at the park, right? I mean, that's how I would read it,
Yeah.
driving by if I didn't know what it was. Whereas the other one says, you know, Dream Grant Park at Burger Hill, and it's a small little part of the bottom. Talking about what it is.
How do we put all that in a paragraph?
We'll talk about liking a simpler design. Winnicky is more prominent than the park name, essentially should be reversed, and then you might be okay grandfathering it if it's done more promoting the park and not so much the land trust, and I'll figure out how to do that, but it's going back to Brian, so. I'll
And
take
then
care
you
of it.
had made the comment about it takes up too much of the sign space, the lettering takes up.
It does, but if we're gonna grandfather it, then that's a
Well, but you could, but if you're making Burger Hill the big piece, and all of the other text got smaller, it would reduce,
Yeah,
you know.
you could meet the requirement.
a motion? Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good. Now I'll move on to,
No,
no?
you still got Valencia? That just
Well, I
starts
have
here.
Grassmere and Village.
Oh, okay, either way.
Both of them coming up, right?
Yep.
But if you want to do Valencia first, you go.
No, you want to chair, this is your.
I'm too tired to be the chair. You be the chair. You be the chair for a while. Valenti, you remember, we postponed this from the last meeting because there wasn't any pressure and, you know, we thought we could. In the meantime, Jim has had a conversation with the engineer who is heading up that project to try and get from her more information on what's going on with the project itself. And I'll let you speak to it now.
Yeah, so it's not up there, but Valenti is the old pet country.
Oh, yeah.
And we've been talking about it for a while. There was a sign, we want to come in for a sign permit, but we're still working on all of the actual work for the property itself. For some reason I keep, here we go. They did receive approval for the use from the planning board back in June of last year. The application's for a 2x3 double-sided sign, 12 square feet total, just for the oral surgery use. They will potentially have another use in the building someday, but until they do, they can't come in for a sign for that other use. So this one right now is for the mount that would have the sign for just his oral surgery use, potentially with another sign in the future, and then he'd have to come back in. We noted previously that we didn't think the vinyl sleeves and PVC caps were permitted materials. I know not everybody thought that was a big deal. Brian reached out and they said they'll remove those. We also didn't see enough detail to clearly know where the sign was going to be placed, only that would be 15 feet from the road, which is closer than the existing sign was. I thought that was too close, so the applicant has agreed to move the sign back 20 feet from the road and indicated on the plans, so Brian will take care of that. As Melanie said, I contacted the applicant's engineer last week and wanted a status update. In her opinion, they are consistent with the plans. They had to bring in fill and remediate material as in more dirt per the county health department requirements for the septic system. They are currently installing the septic system, and she anticipates that she and county health will be doing a site visit soon, as everything will be installed to confirm and get that sign off from DOH. Ideally, they want everything done up and running, and wanted everything up and running in July, but because of the rain, it was too wet to do the earthwork. They're also delayed because of the Department of Health requirements to bring in extra soil and stockpile of materials. They put in the clay liner on the side of the slope in accordance with DOH and expect all work to be done in the next month or so, and would like the office to be open by August, pending approval from the town building department. That is her.
If I recall, the sign was like really tall,
Yeah.
like, and so we're like curious of the under space.
Well, and I think there was some conversation about, is this the size that will accommodate future uses
Yeah.
or not? Because I personally, even for them in terms of cost, rather have the sign sized for other occupants of the building than to have them have to go back and take it out and resize it. That's the information that's missing for me. Yeah, I mean, this isn't gonna change, they're just gonna add stuff down below, or do we
That
know?
would be the idea. They had originally come in with a proposal for a second, I believe, with a proposal for a second sign, just as kind of a blank, and we're told you can't do that. You can only come in for a sign for the use that you actually have on site. When they have a second use there, the sign requirements change too, because then it's a multi-use lot. And so
So the sign would have to come down?
no, that one wouldn't come down, they'll just add to it.
And if that would work, I mean, that would be approved, that would be, it wouldn't exceed the number of letters and.
No, because when you become a multiple use business location, then you're on multiple signs, and this becomes a multi-sign structure, so things will
So it'd
change.
be
There are
the same
requirements,
size as what's there, but below it.
probably smaller, but below it.
Is there a
Always
maximum that they can have on there?
I was gonna, that's the same question I had.
Yeah.
If, does it go like, if they take the remaining space and divide it into 3 offices, does that dictate 3 more signs, or do those 3 smaller offices all get on one? How does that work?
I don't think they're allowed another 3 uses, I think there's only one more use on that side.
Right, I was gonna say the usage you have to.
So it's only
They're
one
never-
more office?
In my opinion, based on the septic that they put in and all the issues they have, the parking alone, they'd never be able to get, I think, one more use over there.
Sorry, what? Never be able.
Sorry, based on the parking that will be required, and the septic that they're putting in, the issues that they've had, and the fact that the well water isn't even for drinking, I understand, I don't think you get more than one use in there, just based on parking alone, much less the other.
You mean the dental,
Right,
oral
and
surgery?
the other half
That's
is
it.
used right now.
No,
Right.
in addition to the dental surgery, there's at least
There's room for
40
additional.
per 40%.
Well, yeah, and you're only using like the back third of that
Yeah.
entire building, and why would you use the back if you didn't have some,
Well, they'll probably come in with the use, but I don't think they're gonna get more than one. Like, I don't think you're gonna see multiple shops in there.
Okay.
Unless they
You
would
have
be,
multiple offices.
they're pretty constrained with parking,
Okay.
among other things. And the planning board would get to review that. We did require that if they come back into another use, the planning board will have to review it.
Okay.
I
So-
heard that the county legislator was touting his prowess in getting a county mental health office placed in that location.
Really? Well, it certainly, the engineer for the project didn't indicate that they were anywhere close. Let me just say, there's a number of rumors out there about this space and whether it's achievable and all of that.
Yeah.
And I will say another thing that kind of bothers me, but it's out of our control, is, as Jim indicated, they ran into some issues with the health department, with perk tests and everything. And because it's the health department, they ended up stockpiling soil in areas that we hadn't approved on the site plan. But because it's the health department, nobody circles back to us and says, which I think the engineer could and should have done, was say, hey, we have a problem, just want to let you know, and the health department is requiring, and of course, we wouldn't have been able to say no to the health department, but it would be nice to know.
Yeah.
So that when people ask, why are they stockpiling all this soil up front when we only approved it in the back, that line of communication needs improvement, and it's not all us, but that's complicated as well. So I'd love to hear from the county legislature if they have a plan.
Well, it would just be nice if people would be upfront about what their intentions are. And if they have something that's not etched in stone, just let us know that.
I hope that they don't, because we were very clear that whatever next use went into that, they had to come back. And parking was one of the major issues. So if it's a highly used facility that demands a lot of parking, they're gonna have issues, because this was really pushed to the limit
Yeah.
with the health department approval.
What do we have to do on this?
Hmm?
What do we have to do on the sign?
Well, give a reply back to the zoning administrator if you're ready. We held it up because there was a discussion of not providing another
Well,
permit.
they've approved it, not using the vinyl.
Steve's
It's as good as
At
it's
this
gonna
point,
get.
how would, yeah.
I think we should, I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it at
Yeah,
this point.
I'm
now.
fine. Send it to them. Let them.
Good.
I think it's gonna come back and be changed, but for now, I'm okay. I know that the oral surgeon himself is very anxious to get it up because he thinks he's going to be doing oral surgery in there in August, and I'm not sure that that's in the cards. Don't make your appointment yet. All right, we have a motion to say that we like this sign.
Sign as proposed.
Sign as proposed. Everybody okay?
Those changes.
Yes?
Aye.
And, could I say lastly?
No, so, because there's one more, right?
No, I mean.
Oh, workforce housing after.
Yes. Grassmere. Jim?
Grassmere, so Melody and I were on a call with Nick Ward-Willis and an engineer from GPI last week. It was just last week. The representatives have been working with the village of Rhinebeck and the DEC regarding their requirement to obtain public water from the village. This has been kind of the final sticking point. They have, as you can see on the chart here, essentially all of their permits that they need from the outside agencies, including DOT. I think they're just down to some final minor issues with DOT. But they are essentially outside of the village service area for water, so they had to, even though they have existing water line from the village, they had to make it a bigger water line. But because they're outside the service area, they're not technically allowed to get water. So this project is being held up until they get to arrange that, work that out with the village for the water that they're going to provide. And that process is ongoing. It's been ongoing for quite a while. Really has nothing to do with us in the town, per se. It's kind of out of our hands. But as a result of the work that's been done and looking into things, the project originally was going to put the water line on the north side of Mill Road, which is the side of the cemetery. But they found that that wasn't really going to work, so now they're moving it to the south side. Work's going to involve putting in a new pipe adjacent to the existing one. They will abandon the old one. They will connect the existing, I think there's 2 houses there on Mill Road on the south side. They will connect those residents in to this new pipe, and then get everybody hooked up, including Grassmere, once necessary approvals. So instead of having the pipe run down this side of the road and then back up to wherever it needs to go, they're going to run it down the south side of Mill Road. So they will hook up the existing houses that are here as they make their way into Grassmere, which is down on this property.
Okay.
So they're asking for a timeline extension. This is not the first one. I think it's actually the 3rd. And this time we need to do an extension for site plan, wetlands, special use permit. Subdivision doesn't need to be done because they have filed the subdivision plat with the Dutchess County Clerk's office. So I think we are looking to extend this here from August 12th, 2025 to February 12th, 2026. Those extensions would be conditioned upon the 2 items that we've had out there for a while now, which are receiving monthly updates on the project status and getting a written request for any future extensions at least 2 months in advance of the February 12th, 2026 expiration date. Nick really hopes this will be done long before February, but that would be the next way to go, bring them all back up to the same timeline and give them another 6 months.
I move that we do that.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Thank you very much.
Edna?
I wanted to talk a little bit about workforce housing, but I'm very tired, and I think this entire board is tired. Do we have one more meeting before they come back?
I think we're up to the 21st, right?
Public hearing 21st?
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it's not clear to me what our goal is as a board and what our game plan is.
Well, I think those are 2 different questions.
I know they are.
And I'm not sure that a planning board should go into a discussion with a game plan.
Well, we have discussions about process, that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Well, our role is to review the application before us within the context of the local law that laid down the workforce housing area. That's our role. If you're asking, my the advice that we've received from council is to review it and ask the questions you would ask. And that we shouldn't shy away from offering suggestions that we feel are important to be considered, both in terms of improving the project and things that others may have missed. That scenario, that we should review it and raise the issues as we see them, has been, that it is the expectation of the supervisor and our liaison to the planning board that that's what the planning board should do. Now, what happens if we raise concerns, you know, the way the local law reads, if we reach an impasse between what we would like to see happen and the applicant, that the applicant, according to the law as I read it, reserves the right to go back to the town board and ask for a determination.
The town board is the arbitrator.
Is the arbitrator of...
No, I understand all that. One of the questions I have is, when this board comes up with a view, a list of these are the things, will they be things that we will have voted on? So that, you know, here are the 15 things that this board thinks should happen. Are we gonna, will it be a consensus of the board? I mean, what's happened so far is Greg says something and I say something. There's no discussion of it. I guess the applicant can walk away and consider it, but is it a point of, will it be a point of view of the board or just some of the people on the board who usually talk, especially when it's this issue?
Well, I think that's the choice to talk or engage in conversation is up to each individual member sitting around the table.
But then it's not the board that is bringing forth some recommendations. What I'm suggesting is that we consider if there are recommendations that are reasonable, you know, they could conceivably be done. The applicant might take them to the town board and say, we don't want to do them, but that's up to them. But if we have some recommendations like that, then I think there should be a vote so that the recommendations are recommendations from the board.
As far as a vote, I can't answer that. That's a process question that I would want John and Kim to tell me, because I don't know where, you know, I don't know that in any other situation that I can think of, that in the process of reviewing an application, we take interim votes along the way.
Yeah, but there's no reason that we could not.
I don't know that. That's why I'm saying I would want.
But also when they give, like when you and Craig talk and then the recommendation goes to whoever, you know, it's written as it's coming from the planning board, regardless. It does come as a group unless somebody says, I don't agree with that. It comes from us all. The other thing I would just say personally, whether we were talking about Rockledge or any of these large files, when a board member speaks about something that's concerning of them, I feel like it's been touched, and I'm still maybe processing that, or I'm not as well versed on some of the things you guys are. So if I don't agree, I will definitely deliberate, and maybe I'm not sure yet how I feel about it, so I don't deliberate. But I definitely appreciate when anyone on the board is giving their deep consideration and contribution, and I know it's going up the channels. So that's just my thoughts.
I think it's essential that we deliberate on these points, but it does have to be done in a public forum, and it has to be on the calendar. So, I mean, we can talk in really general terms about that, but I agree. It seems a little cumbersome to go step by step by step and vote on every step in the stage. And I don't know, I was caught a little flat-footed in the last meeting, and I think you had said, well, what do you want them to do? And I was like, I want them to comply with all the things that we brought up. I mean, I don't want to design their project for that, but I want I want it to be a good project, and I want it to be consistent with all of the things that we've been told the workforce housing project needs to be. And I feel that way about any of these projects that we review. We've got a scope of things that we need to care about. And I feel like we need to care about them all, and not just kind of pick and choose, but, we don't like windows or,
But the
whatever.
difference is that Kearney has a client. The client is the town board. Kearney is trying to do what the town board says, this is what we want you to do. Put 80 units on this parcel. And that's extremely hard to do, but they have figured out a way to do it. And one of the things that I think don't make a lot of sense is for us to kind of get angry at Kearney because they're just doing what their client has asked them to do.
I don't see the town board as their client.
I don't know.
And I think that's the wrong framing of it. I think they are an applicant. They're trying to do something on their property, and they have to do it within the rules that the town has determined. And it's
No,
in-
they have to put 80 units on that parcel. Those are requirements. Surely they should try to do it then within the requirements of the zoning law. But the 80 units on that parcel.
Yeah, I disagree because the zoning law says a maximum of 80 units. It doesn't say they must put 80 units into that parcel.
But the town board has set 80 units.
They have agreed on the concept plan.
That's right, and that's 80 units on that parcel.
That's the concept plan that the town accepted. And then Carney brought it forward. And the town accepted the concept plan. And that's what they, in my opinion, then converted in their own way into laying down the workforce zone. To, from their perspective, create an environment in which their concept plan would be carried out. Jen, you had a comment?
No, I was just gonna say, we're getting close to probably needing to bring this back on the publicly scheduled on an agenda,
Yeah.
to be honest. It's fine to have these thoughts, and I think there's a lot to consider here, but these discussions of what they can and can't do, the concept plan, that type of thing, really should be discussed at the next meeting.
I agree.
I'm a little,
Yeah, and
not super comfortable
and
having this conversation
want
at
to
this
be
point.
clear that I do not personally believe that we should go into this with a strategy or any sort of consensus. Everyone sitting at this table is free to ask their own questions and form their own opinion, and that's the way we should be going into it. There's no strategy, there's
I
no,
wasn't suggesting a strategy, I was suggesting a process.
I personally think the process is laid out. I think the process is very clear. what we have to
It's
do.
much clearer now with the zoning laid down. There are very specific regulations that they have to follow. It's just like there's maximum weight, there are other things they have to follow that's now gives us guidance that we didn't have before that law was laid down. Where we were saying, well, what can you do? Well, the village gateway is what's there now, but the village gateway was not the regulations that we're going to regulate what we're looking at. So we have new rules to play by, and that's what you take a look at to decide what you think, of the project. Certainly you can ask other questions and other things, all sorts of projects that aren't specific to an element of the code. But it's much clearer what those regulations are we have to work on. It's some of the other, fringe or just side issues. Certainly you can still have a discussion about. But what's in the code is in the code. That's written. There's no changing that.
Part of every one of your approval resolutions is that you reaffirm the status under seeker. I mean, that's part and parcel of what we do. In situations where we feel the seeker determination does not match what we've just reviewed, I mean, what do we do?
You're getting into legal issues, we should probably have a discussion with John.
Okay.
I don't believe that's the planning board's purview, given the way this went. because
Well,
it's
and in
our-
most cases where the,
We are
Yes.
the people that undertake secret.
Right.
We did not do that.
But we
by
now-
our own choosing.
Right, but we now, I think the board needs to be at the point of just saying the seeker's been done, it's been approved, that it does not have an environmental quality review issue, and we need to look at it from the point of the code.
Okay.
Doesn't meet the code requirements, doesn't meet those
I'm going to
standards.
give us one more minute, but I want to adjourn this meeting at 10 o'clock.
Well, there was discussion about the planning board having our own engineer to review this. Will we have an opportunity to meet with that engineer, or how?
We're scheduling a meeting, we're trying to get Christian to have a preliminary discussion with Jim and I to see when he becomes engaged with us in the process.
I would expect him to start coming to the meetings.
Yeah.
That's Christian Paget.
Yes.
Not Christian Moore.
Correct.
And I have agreed to a date.
And he's okay with it, I just got confirmation.
So yes, by the next meeting, it's our anticipation that Christian will be at that meeting presenting. I know Christian himself has done a very thorough review and had his own comments that he made to the town board. So he's very familiar with the project. He's not coming in cold, brand new. He's been working through it with the town board. He's been their engineer advising them. So we'll get the benefit of what he's done.
I've worked with him, I've been very happy with the work he's done, he's very thorough.
Okay, thank you.
Motion, please.
So we'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody dare oppose?